So is this working? Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak in English because I think all of the people here in the panel speak in English and they will feel more comfortable. Last night I found a card in my bed in the hotel with a quote from Dalai Lama saying, "Sleep is the best meditation." So for those of you who don't agree with Dalai Lama and think that the best way to meditate is to join us here today, thank you very much, you early birds. And thank you for joining us in this exciting panel. We have to open here this second day of the conference with 4 presentations. One of the presentations has dropped from the panel, but we still have 4 very interesting presentations from 4 different cities, or about 4 different cities, about Berlin, Marseille, New York, and Manchester. So without further ado, and because I think my role here is just to distribute time, just let me remind the presentations that you should stick to the allocated 15 minutes. Maybe you have a bit more because there's one presentation missing, but only a bit more. So if you don't want this chair to be unkind with you, and please try to stay within the allocated time. So the first presentation is by Laura Calvet y Elias, and it's entitled "Financialized Housing Production in Berlin, Reflections on Neil Smith's Generalized Gentrification." So over to you, Laura.
¿Esto funciona? Sí. A ver. Parece que ya pueden cambiar. Gracias por invitarme a esta pequeña conferencia de espacios críticos. Yo voy a hablar en castellano, aunque es la primera vez que hablo en castellano en un marco académico. Trabajo en Berlín y acostumbro a tratar de estos temas en alemán y en inglés. O sea que espero que me disculpen si uso algún término o traduzco algún término de una forma un poco extraña o equivocada. Bueno, empecemos. En Berlín, los precios de la vivienda empezaron a subir de forma generalizada en el año 2009, cuando el boom inmobiliario en Estados Unidos y en muchos países europeos paró, por lo menos momentáneamente, y la crisis financiera se fue extendiendo. El mero punto de inflexión denota, a mi parecer, la relación entre la crisis financiera y el desarrollo del mercado inmobiliario alemán. En Berlín, como en otras geografías donde ha reaparecido la cuestión de la vivienda, la teoría de la gentrificación de Neil Smith, como oímos ayer bastantes veces, ha recibido particular atención, lo cual no es sorprendente, ya que el concepto permite relacionar cuestiones de acumulación capitalista con un análisis detallado del desarrollo urbano desigual. En sus trabajos, a partir del 2002, Smith desarrolló el concepto de la gentrificación generalizada, que es, a mi parecer, un inspirador punto de partida para interpretar la importante transformación de las formas actuales de producción del espacio urbano. Partiendo del concepto de gentrificación generalizada, me propongo desarrollar un poco la cuestión del diferencial de renta en relación a procesos de financiarización de la vivienda y el papel de la inversión inmobiliaria en la competición internacional entre ciudades, ambos ilustrados brevemente con el caso de Berlín. Antes empezaré definiendo también muy brevemente el concepto de gentrificación generalizada. Neil Smith y Jason Hackworth han descrito 3 olas de procesos de gentrificación en Nueva York. Según ellos, hasta los años 70, la gentrificación tuvo lugar de forma esporádica, concentrada en la rehabilitación de antiguos edificios deteriorados. Durante la segunda ola, en los 80, los procesos de gentrificación se convirtieron en una estrategia para atraer inversión al interior de la ciudad. La tercera ola de gentrificación empezó en la primera mitad de la década de los 90. Refiriéndose a esta tercera ola, Neil Smith acuñó un año más tarde el término gentrificación generalizada. La generalización de la gentrificación tiene varias dimensiones que pueden ser entendidas en términos de 5 características relacionadas entre ellas: la transformación del papel del Estado, la penetración por parte de finanzas globales, niveles cambiantes de oposición política, la dispersión geográfica y la generalización sectorial de la gentrificación. En una etapa de gentrificación generalizada, el desarrollo inmobiliario urbano, la gentrificación en mayúsculas, se ha convertido en un motor central de expansión económica de la ciudad, en un sector central de las economías urbanas. Los procesos de regeneración urbana son una estrategia clave en la competencia entre distintas aglomeraciones urbanas en un contexto globalizado. Yo me voy a concentrar aquí en los temas de penetración por las finanzas globales y de la competición interurbana. La relación entre las finanzas globales y el sistema de vivienda ha sido objeto de estudio de la mayor parte de los análisis sobre financiarización de la vivienda. De todas formas, el énfasis ha recaído en estos análisis en las consecuencias del endeudamiento, de prácticas hipotecarias y en la aparición de fondos de inversión depredadores. Lo que a mí me resulta especialmente inspirador en la mención de las finanzas globales como característica de una gentrificación generalizada es que centra temas de financiarización en el estudio de las dinámicas sociales y urbanas, o sea, en un ámbito más genérico que solo la cuestión de la vivienda, y que permite relacionarlo con el concepto del diferencial de renta. El diferencial de renta determina la diferencia entre la renta realizada en un preciso momento y la renta potencial que puede ser realizada cuando una propiedad proporciona el más alto y mejor uso del suelo. En su primera definición de la gentrificación, Neil Smith tenía en mente edificios de alquiler deteriorados. La gentrificación tiene lugar cuando la depreciación produce la posibilidad de una reinversión provechosa. Más tarde, Homenatge y Randolph adaptaron el concepto para aquellos casos en los que las transformaciones del tipo de tenencia originaban la posibilidad de cerrar la diferencial de renta, más concretamente cuando pisos de alquiler eran capitalizados a través de su conversión en pisos de propiedad. Procesos de este tipo tuvieron lugar en Berlín después de la reunificación. Voy metiendo aquí ejemplos de Berlín para enseñar un poco el contexto. Tuvieron lugar en Berlín después de la reunificación, especialmente a partir de 1996. Los años inmediatamente posteriores a la reunificación se habían caracterizado por una enorme burbuja de los precios de la vivienda. Cuando la burbuja estalló, en el 96, dejó una sobreoferta de vivienda que tuvo por efecto que la inversión inmobiliaria se limitase a unas pocas áreas de rehabilitación. Como resultado, barrios deteriorados del este de la ciudad se convirtieron en objetos de subvenciones para la rehabilitación, abriendo así la posibilidad de cerrar la renta diferencial existente. Además, los procesos de gentrificación fueron reforzados por las políticas llamadas de restitución, que devolvieron propiedad que había sido apropiada por la República Democrática Alemana a sus antiguos propietarios de antes de la Guerra Mundial. Estos apartamentos pasaron a ser en su mayor parte pisos de propiedad. Estos procesos han sido explicados en detalle en los análisis de Andrei Holm. Al reescribir su exposición sobre diferenciales de renta para el libro La nueva frontera urbana, en el 96 precisamente, Neil Smith incluyó una nueva forma de incremento del rent gap. Nos hemos concentrado en una situación en que un ciclo de desvalorización es motivo de la aparición del diferencial de renta. Pero también es posible imaginar una situación en que, en vez de que la renta del suelo sea capitalizada, sea empujada hacia abajo, la renta potencial sea empujada hacia arriba, de forma súbita, abriendo asimismo el diferencial de renta. Este podría ser el caso en tiempos de una inflación sostenida o si una estricta regulación del suelo mantiene el potencial de renta a niveles bajos, pero luego los liberaliza. Ese fue el caso de las viviendas públicas o sociales en Berlín. La mencionada burbuja sustituyó asimismo el desmantelamiento de los programas de vivienda social y de control de los alquileres. En el 93, la municipalidad decidió privatizar aproximadamente el 15% de la vivienda pública. 230.000 viviendas fueron vendidas entre los años 1990 y 2011. Las ventas más importantes tuvieron lugar en el año 2004, cuando miles de viviendas fueron vendidas en bloque, o sea, en paquete, a fondos de inversión con especial riesgo, o sea, de riesgo especialmente alto. Incluso si no cuestionáramos la cuestión de la comodificación, de la privatización, el proceder concreto de esa privatización y los altos beneficios esperados por la municipalidad tuvieron como consecuencia que únicamente inversores institucionales de alto riesgo fuesen capaces de comprar los paquetes de vivienda en venta. Para Sabina Ufa, que ha estudiado el proceso en mucho detalle, la aparición de estos inversores representa el comienzo de la financiarización de la vivienda en Berlín. De todas formas, el mercado inmobiliario en Berlín había permanecido no afectado por los incrementos del precio de la vivienda en gran parte del mundo hasta el año 2007. A partir de la crisis, la ciudad se ha convertido en objetivo de inversiones financiarizadas con la consecuente subida de precios. Hoy en día, la cuestión de la vivienda no se limita a la privatización, sino también al aumento de la deuda creada en torno a la vivienda y a la aparición tanto de demanda privada especulativa de carácter internacional como de actores relacionados con el mercado financiero más directamente, por ejemplo, como los promotores se ligan a los fondos de inversión. Por esa razón, yo considero que la financiarización de la vivienda en Berlín se ha generalizado a partir del año 2009. Loretta Lees, Tom Slater y Elvin Wiley exclaman que necesitamos análisis que midan cómo los propios conceptos de renta potencial y renta capitalizada han sido alterados por el hecho de que una fracción significativa de la actividad en el mercado de la vivienda incluya compradores y vendedores que trabajan o se mueven a través de fronteras internacionales. Y continúan, si las transacciones de la propiedad están ligadas a mercados financieros internacionales, ¿puede ser que la propia renta potencial haya sido globalizada? El debate sobre la financiarización observa cómo la condición de la inversión en suelo, inmóvil y a largo plazo ha sido transformada por instrumentos y regulaciones financieras, creando, como dice Houghton, liquidity out of spatial fixity. Como resultado, la inversión inmobiliaria se ha convertido en una de las principales fuentes de beneficios en el mercado financiero global. Siendo así, no es sorprendente que la financiarización de la vivienda redefina el valor de cambio y con él los precios, resultando en el aumento de las rentas extraídas o que potencialmente se prevé podrían extraerse. Creo que hay al menos 4 motivos para la creación de un diferencial de renta como causa de la financiarización. Lo que yo, usando el término de Tom Slater precisamente de una manera probablemente un poco libre, llamo planetary rent gaps. Primero es la internacionalización de los mercados de la vivienda, que ha resultado en perspectivas de precios que no se apoyan en la demanda y en los precios a nivel local, sino en la comparación con otros mercados en geografías y en contextos más o menos similares. En segundo lugar, la predominancia de inversores con gran acceso a capital ha resultado en una mayor competencia y en un incremento de precios y en unas previsiones de precios más elevadas. En tercer lugar, la predominancia de inversores con expectativas de beneficios muy altas ha resultado en previsiones de precios que se orientan en valores de cambios, pero ya no solo de propiedades inmobiliarias, sino de otros tipos de inversiones financieras. Y en cuarto lugar, el incremento de precios y asimismo la base ficticia de un sistema de acumulación financiarizado tiende, creo yo, a producir espirales especulativas. En un primer ejemplo cortísimo, este texto de la municipalidad, hay muchos otros ejemplos en la prensa de promotores y tal, se percibe como el hecho de que la vivienda en Berlín sea barata se traduce en una mayor demanda internacional, lo que se considera en Berlín un proceso de normalización. También por parte de inversores privados que confían en especular que los precios subirán, permitiéndoles sacar un beneficio mayor. Otra segunda imagen, como ejemplo, y es la parte más importante de mi tesis doctoral, que hoy solo enseño en esto, es que he podido observar cómo los promotores, concretamente el tipo de financiación de capital financiarizado que usan hoy en día para financiar sus proyectos, está ligado a la expectación de beneficios mayores y a más corto plazo que hace 30 años. Así pues, el diferencial de renta puede abrirse por un aumento de la renta potencial, que se basa en la percepción de un mercado desde una perspectiva global. El valor de la renta potencial ha dejado de basarse en un supuesto más alto y mejor uso del suelo para orientarse en el supuesto mayor valor de cambio como inversión financiera. Como estoy explicando, el incremento de los precios de la vivienda en Berlín está estrechamente relacionado con la financiarización, especialmente a partir de la crisis financiera. A pesar de todo, los discursos oficiales ponen un énfasis sorprendente en negar una burbuja especulativa y en ligar la subida de precios a un aumento de la demanda, refiriéndose exclusivamente a una demanda de uso, por supuesto. Efectivamente, la población de Berlín está incrementando también como consecuencia de la crisis y de inmigración procedente de los países europeos más afectados por esta. Sin embargo, evidentemente, esta demanda no tiene gran capacidad adquisitiva. Y a decir verdad, según mis observaciones, la mayoría de burbujas inmobiliarias tienen lugar no por contra, sino paralelamente a procesos de crecimiento de la demanda. Bueno, siguiendo este planteamiento político, la solución para confrontar la aparente escasez de vivienda es aumentar la oferta, como nos sugeriría la teoría económica clásica. El énfasis de la política de vivienda recae, pues, en la construcción de un gran número de viviendas, que se cuantifica a unas 14.000 al año. A partir de esta reacción política, deseo aquí relacionar muy brevemente el concepto de la gentrificación generalizada con el campo que nos abren debates sobre la pospolítica. Sí, es muy corto esto. Muchos análisis de la gentrificación han hecho hincapié en las políticas municipales, apoyando procesos de rehabilitación urbana. Lo que a mí me inspira en esta cita de Neil Smith, sin embargo, es que la cuestión política no parece limitarse a cuestiones de estándar político o de mejorar los procesos, el atractivo para producción externa. Al decir que urban state development has become a central motive force for economic expansion, la cita de Neil Smith parece conectar con la caracterización que hace Mark Purcell de las políticas urbanas neoliberales. Según Purcell, las políticas urbanas neoliberales se enmarcan en el imperativo de la competitividad, la inviolabilidad de los derechos de propiedad y la excepcional importancia del valor de cambio de suelo urbano. El concepto de la pospolítica remarca la pérdida de búsqueda de alternativas en el debate político, basándose en la ampliación del consenso. El afán por el crecimiento, fundamental en el capitalismo, ha sido reformulado en un afán por competitividad, según la cual ventajas en la competitividad conducirá al éxito económico e incrementará la riqueza social en general. Según lo ha formulado Mark Purcell, un instrumento central para la legitimación de las políticas neoliberales ha sido presentar la competencia como una necesidad y políticas encaradas a aumentar la competitividad como beneficiosas para todo el mundo. Desde este punto de vista, la competitividad se convierte en tema de consenso en un aspecto fundamental de la definición neoliberal de lo que es un bien común. Sí. Vale. Bueno, quería explicar aquí, aunque no me da tiempo, la diferenciación, bueno, cómo Krökver pone en cuestión el tema de bien común, cómo se ha definido, como estoy diciendo, en temas de competitividad y del valor del suelo, y cómo Christman distingue dos categorías según se trata del de un derecho al uso o de un derecho a sacar valores económicos de eso. Iba a enseñar dos ejemplos, como en Berlín, por un lado, el crecimiento de Berlín y de los precios de la vivienda se presenta como un éxito en la competitividad, en la competencia intereuropea. En cambio, el crecimiento de los precios es como un efecto secundario de un éxito, de una política exitosa. En esta... Bueno, la última cita hubiera sido, os la paso muy rápidamente, cómo se defiende este motivo de hay que construir para generar crecimiento, que liga muy, muy directamente a una cita de Neil Smith, que dice: el desarrollo inmobiliario se convierte en un eje central de la economía productiva de la ciudad, en un fin en sí mismo, justificado por llamadas a empleo, impuestos y turismo. La construcción de nuevos complejos centrificados en todo el mundo se ha convertido en una estrategia de capital de acumulación para las economías competitivas urbanas que es cada vez más inexpugnable. Y con eso acabo. Gracias por su atención.
Thanks, Laura. So the next presentation is by Francesca Goberna and Maurizio Memoli. Francesca is going to present. I think you have to change the computer. And the title of the presentation is Murat Goes to Belém, or the May, a research film.
So, good morning, and I will speak in English, and I apologize for my poor English and for my probably mistake. My aim is to present a film research made by Murat in Bellemé, a traditional working class neighborhood located in the central area of Marseille, inhabited by migrant population, previously mainly Italians and Corsicans, and now Maghrebians and Comorians. Our work is a sort of experiment that tries to mix a different way to see and to describe the city, and that tries to challenge our pre-given ideas on urban transformation. I focus my speech on three questions: who is Murat? What is Bellemé? And finally, why Murat goes to Bellemé. So, who is Murat? Murat is a collective name, the name of a group that brings together geographers, photographers, and filmmakers, sharing some points. The first point is theoretical and methodological discontents for the way in which the city, and more generally the spatial dimension, is normally treated. The second point is a critical stance in social sciences and urban studies, and in particular a critical view of globalization processes, urban regeneration policies, and gentrification. And the last point is the pleasure of research, urban life, and more generally what a city is and how is lived. But Murat is also an acronym, stands for Multiplicity Urban Representation Amazing Theory. That is a sort of manifesto to summarize our discontents and our pleasure, our aims and our ideas, our path towards an urban research that tries to avoid certainties, categories and models. Finally, Murat is the title of our film, Murat the Geographer, a research movie that we did in Marseille, in Bellemé, to show and to discuss our methodological and empirical exploration, our questions, our difficulties to make sense to the city and its spaces, our struggles against marginal spaces and against normal representations of marginal spaces. I will show you some little part of our movie, and I start immediately in order to introduce you Marseille and a part of the new waterfront.
Who that them the sun by way out and behind back we make the to play drinks like a 45 clock. Watch on the clock we make the dance and clock. The name they pan the flyer set up here road block. Ganja day I know me no take no coke no rock. All massive in the place come here the champion talk. We come again son boy. We done it up again. We done it up again. Well, you know we rule son boy. We done it up again. You know I go slide up.
So, in the last 20 years, many policies of different kinds and levels affect Marseille. They are mainly related to the Euro-Mediterranean program that began in 1995 and to Marseille European Cultural Capital program. I have not the time to present and discuss in details urban policies in Marseille. However, in general terms, in this city, a major urban transformation is underway, and this shows some of the most trivial ideas of neoliberal urbanism. In particular, the strong link between physical transformation and economic development, the role of culture and creativity as a strategic atu for urban competitivity, and the role of architecture as the symbol of the new city. And in this city, there is Belle de Mai. To describe Belle de Mai, we can follow and discuss some of the most common and influential representations of this part of the city. These representations are made by inhabitants, by research, by politicians, by think tanks on urban policy, by media, and so on. The first representation is Belle de Mai as a creative district. Belle de Mai is on the edge of the major urban transformation of Marseille. Indeed, as you can see in this map, in Belle de Mai there is a part of this transformation, the friche of Belle de Mai. The friche of Belle de Mai is the old tobacco factory around which, in the past, this district was built to host workers arriving from Corsica and Italy. The factory was dismissed in the 80s and it's now reused as Fabrique Artistique, Espace de Vie et de Culture. The reuse of La Friche is financed by Euro-Mediterranean, and Belle de Mai is often summarized by La Friche, using the synecdoche, a rhetorical figure critically discussed both by Amine Graham and more recently by Peter Marcuse. When we enter in La Friche, we enter in a sort of fence, leaving out Comorians and Maghrebians. What happens inside, not only artistic performances, but also consumption practices as organic markets or urban gardens, has little or nothing to do with what happens outside. The second representation is a quite nostalgic idea of the neighborhood. Belle de Mai is often described by its inhabitants as a neighborhood that was a village, and the village life is considered as real and authentic, since urban life is considered as dehumanizing and anonymous. This representation is based on an anti-urban terminology, part of an ideological use of the term city, discussed, for example, by Wachsmath in a recent article. Another representation is Belle de Mai as a problematic neighborhood. Belle de Mai is physically central. It's located near the railway station, the main railway station of Marseille, the station of Saint-Charles. But in research, in media article, and in policy document, Belle de Mai is described as an urban margin, meaning poor and deprived. Indeed, Belle de Mai is part of the 3e arrondissement of Marseille, often represented as the poorest neighborhood of the city, sometimes of France or even Europe. Of course, such a representation sets apart of Belle-de-Mai. Poverty, deprivation, and exclusion are very real for those who try to survive in this place. However, at the same time, this representation is socially constructed. It not only mounts our perceptions of deprivation, but it also forms the basis for concrete policies, and according to Baten, it reproduces stigmas, prejudices, fears, and fantasies of mainstream society, whether intentional or not. Another representation, the last representation, describes Belle-de-Mai as a land of conquest, as a new urban frontier. Belle-de-Mai is a part of the city which has not been gentrified yet, as other parts of central Marseille, as Vieux-Port, Panier, or Rue de la République. However, in some presentation, there will be a pre-given destiny, so even in Belle-de-Mai will arrive global capital and gentrifiers according to a contagion or a diffusive model. All these things, ideas, representation, interpretation of Belle-de-Mai tell us some things about this space, its marginality and its being. Belle-de-Mai is all of this and even more. But it's also, or at least it seems to us, a space in the balance, where we have to avoid to produce and reproduce stigmas and prejudices, the district of the creative renaissance of the city, the nostalgia for the past, the poor and dangerous neighborhood, the neighborhood in which inevitably will arrive gentrifiers, and so on.
Alla Belle-de-Mai sembra di stare in bilico fra un passato di tradizione e memoria che non spiega ciò che succede ora e un presente fatto di tante comunità, di abitazioni al piano terra, di negozi chiusi, molti bar aperti e officine di autoriparazione. Sul Boulevard des Plombières sono già altrove, in uno spazio quasi suburbano, scendendo sul Boulevard National, oltre il sottopassaggio verso Félix Piat. Le cose cambiano e mi sento a disagio. Torno dentro e la Belle-de-Mai mi sembra uno spazio accogliente, ma non so quanto questo derivi dal fatto che ci sono stato, ci cammino e che ho iniziato a costruire una mia geografia di questo spazio. Questo quartiere, questa Belle-de-Mai, che non si sa se prende il nome da una ragazza, da un vitigno o una Madonna, mi sta confondendo. Più che un quartiere forse è soltanto un'idea, un'ipotesi nata da una carta o da un nome un po' antiquato, o dal budellino di strade e incrostazioni che le danno spessore. Posso abbandonare lo spazio, grande, della fronte del mare, dei palazzi del futuro, delle imprese globali che vengono, spostano, riqualificano, vendono. Posso abbandonare l'ipotesi di uno studio già impostato perché questo spazio mi emoziona? Quale validità scientifica avranno l'empatia, l'amore, la passione, il piacere dell'occhio e dell'incertezza? Forse non so più fare ricerca. O è questo posto qui che mi impedisce di farlo? Qui non so a cosa serve il mio bagaglio di libri, le astruse ipotesi, i numeri da chiamare, le persone da intervistare e la presunzione di sapere interpretare il mondo. Guardo, cammino dentro questo spazio che non è tutto uguale. Dalla Frisch, scendendo verso il basso, sono più evidenti le iniziative immobiliari, gru, cantieri, residenze di prestigio, riqualificazioni d'atelier e teatri con i soliti bar-ristoranti alternativi, sulla cui insegna qualcuno ha scritto «Pas de quartier pour les bobos». Qua le pratiche della vita quotidiana sono meno evidenti, poca gente per strada e pochi negozi. Scendendo si moltiplicano i bar, gli scambi e le intersezioni che definiscono l'organizzazione sociospaziale di un'economia di prossimità divisa tra vecchi e nuovi abitanti. Corsi, magrebini, comoriani. Il mercato, le scuole con le panchine dove siedono le donne mentre i bambini giocano sono a Place Cadenat, snodo di tessuto e di pratiche, di soggetti che si vedono e non si vedono. Da qui la spazialità del quartiere prende forza e si esprime in incontri e separazioni di microgruppi che si trovano e si sfiorano senza altra pretesa che lo stare. Integrati, segregati o sospesi nello spazio si vive per fare tante cose diverse e lo spazio vive di tanti soggetti diversi, senza che cose e soggetti trovino e ricerchino sintesi e unità. Il mito marsigliese di cosmopolitismo e commistione del melting pot è un falso ideologico. Jean-Claude Izzot, il romanziere, dice che Marsiglia è una delle poche città in cui, da sempre, una vietnamita può sposare un magrebino. Ma io, una coppia così, non l'ho incontrata alla Belle de Mai.
So, why Murat goes to Belle de Mai? When we arrived in Marseille, during our stay in Marseille, we clashed against an interpretative wall on which rebounded stereotypes and pre-given ideas on the city, the neighborhood, urban poverty, urban policies, creativity and competitivity. Murat goes to Belle de Mai to see Marseille in a different way, to move away from normal and normalizing tales on this city and its changes. In some way, we try to use Belle de Mai as a space to imagine alternatives. And in order to imagine alternatives, Murat enters this space and explores it with an ethnographical and visual methodological approach, and try to describe it, refusing a priori definition of what a city is and could be, to affect and to be affected by everyday life's complexity, and to grasp the unfolding of the city as a space of coexistence of multiplicity.
Perché l'unica cosa che so di questi spazi, e quindi di tutta la città, è la coesistenza di molteplicità di soggetti, oggetti, pratiche, scale. Sono spazi che non iniziano e non finiscono, che si sovrappongono e si intersecano, senza poter mai essere davvero individuati e quindi conosciuti. Sono spazi che sfuggono, come possono, alla normalizzazione imposta, ma sono anch'essi dentro una norma plurale, molteplice, che ha il grande vantaggio di sfuggire alle certezze e di portare all'esistenza la complessità che si insinua nelle forme più banali e quotidiane delle pratiche di vita, delle persone che vanno a fare la spesa e passeggiano, che si incontrano ai bar e chiacchierano, che semplicemente abitano. Accettare la molteplicità, la coesistenza di molteplicità vuol dire anche accettare la mia molteplicità e metterla lì, in mezzo, nel mezzo delle cose, non tirarsi fuori. E non è il dentro e il fuori dai luoghi, è il dentro e il fuori dai discorsi e dalle pratiche. Essere lì, nei discorsi e nelle pratiche, è l'unico modo per dire, per non fare rattrappire i pensieri, le idee, i desideri in parole chiuse su se stesse. È l'unico modo per farli circolare nel corpo della città. Questo orizzonte di molteplicità che si sfiorano senza mai incontrarsi per davvero riesce comunque ad allontanare il senso di vuoto e di solitudine che mi avvolge e a dare un senso al mio ricercare, altrimenti chiuso nelle maglie asfissianti dell'autoriproduzione e dell'autolegittimazione. Sembra un percorso stupido verso qualcosa che non potrò mai raggiungere, eppure è l'unico possibile. Perché è l'unico che mi dice chiaramente che bisogna continuare a domandare e a domandarsi, che mi invita a seguire i movimenti, le relazioni, le sensazioni, le emozioni, il fluire delle cose, che fa danzare la mia inquietudine fra i volti delle persone e le storie che si snodano e prendono corpo nelle strade, intrecciandosi con i miei pensieri, la mia vita, i miei desideri.
I stop here and I hope you can follow Murat in our exploration. And if you are interested, I invite you to keep in touch, and when our film will be completely done, to see it, to discuss it, to criticize it, because Murat continues to ask and to wonder, to explore Belle de Mai and other cities with all our difficulties and our difficulties to make sense of the complexities of urban life and of its contradiction and possibility. Thank you.
So next is Johan Anderson from King's College London, and he's going to talk about New York from the perspective of cinema. Do you want to sit here and use a computer, or?
I don't have many slides, so
Okay.
I'm happy to sit here and then I can just scroll down later.
Okay. Do you want me to?
If you
Does
just
it?
can, if you can just turn it on or open it.
It's Downtown 81,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Thank you. So my short presentation comes from a longer paper that looks at cinema in New York roughly between the recession in the early 1980s and the stock market crash in 1987. Obviously an interesting period in terms of gentrification in that city. And I'm looking at cinema through the conceptual lens of landscape, which is, well, as most of you know, quite an interesting tradition in geography research. Dennis Cosgrove and various others have used that particular lens. And in the longer paper, I look at two landscape traditions, the picturesque and the pastoral. The picturesque, I think, aestheticizes poverty and dispossession, while the pastoral idealizes poverty and perhaps especially labor. It goes back to the kind of shepherd motif. You rarely see the shepherd working. He tends to lie around drinking or playing the flute or doing some amorous pursuits. So it's that kind of idealization. However, I don't have time to speak about both today, so I'm going to focus on the picturesque, and I'm going to focus on one film, which is called Downtown 81, the one you can see on the screen. I've chosen that particular film because it's set in Alphabet City, which of course is one of Neil Smith's key case studies in his gentrification work. But before I talk about the film, I'm just going to introduce the term picturesque. In its most broad sense, it means something which is picture-like, but it has a more specific meaning as well, so I want to provide a kind of etymology of the term. By the early 1980s, large parts of New York, condemned by dubious practices such as redlining, blockbusting, and insurance-related arson, literally consisted of burnt-out rubble and ruins. In a discussion of this ruinous landscape, Marshall Berman describes a new urban picturesque, which, as he points out, had become a destination for arty European tourists. First coined by William Gilpin, the term picturesque is associated with derelict mills and dispossessed poor people in late 18th century England, in the countryside, and culminating with the General Enclosures Act of 1801. The picturesque is above all associated with the transition from feudalism to capitalism, which of course is one of Marx's key examples of primitive accumulation in capital. Much like the period I'm talking about, the restructuring of New York in the early 1980s has become one of David Harvey's emblematic examples of accumulation through dispossession. While the analogy between the enclosures of the English countryside and the neoliberal restructuring of the early 1980s should not be overdrawn, this historical parallel nevertheless draws attention to the overlapping motifs of derelict mills/urban ruins and the dispossessed rural/urban poor as material and embodied manifestations of creative destruction. Apart from these specific motifs, the picturesque refers specifically to a mode of appreciating scenery informed by the compositional rules of landscape painting. Thus, in Rosalind Krause's words, it is perfectly obvious that through the action of the picturesque, the very notion of landscape is constructed as a second term of which the first is a representation. As she succinctly puts it, landscape becomes a reduplication of a picture that preceded it. Relatively quickly, this mode of appreciating landscape was appropriated by American writers who in the late 18th century began to use Gilpin's aesthetic formulas to appreciate the sublime wilderness of the New World and harmonize it with the civilized beauties demanded by Old World standards. A century later, by the 1880s, this rural category had migrated to urban scenes where it was applied to ragged street urchins and crumbling buildings, with artists such as Alfred Stieglitz, who had previously been known to photograph derelict mills in the countryside, embarking on a portfolio he called Picturesque Bits of New York. In relation to this work, Sandra Phillips has described Stieglitz's aesthetic stance as that of a privileged observer who sees the world through his own sensibilities. Sorry. This perspective then is integral to what Stephen Daniels argues is a picturesque point of view, namely a field of knowledge which is the preserve of the sophisticated gentleman. As Berman suggests, this privileged perspective may have belonged to arty tourists in early 1980s New York, yet representations of the city's ruins also reach larger audiences through the media and, of course, through cinema. So many of you may have seen some of these films set among New York ruins. Many of them are set in the South Bronx. Fort Apache, the Bronx, Wolf and the Bronx Warriors, Escape from the Bronx, and some of the hip-hop and graffiti films from this period, Wild Style, Style Wars, and Beat Street. If you've seen them, you know that they're often quite overtly political and anti-gentrification. So in Wolfen, for example, wolf-like creatures attack and kill property tycoons who are trying to redevelop the South Bronx. And then there's also a set of films which were filmed on the Lower East Side, where the landscape was rather similar, including The Deadly Art of Survival, Permanent Vacation, Alphabet City, Batteries Included, and Downtown 81, which I will say more about later. While the visual motif of ruins and the frequent emphasis on eviction, dispossession, and unemployment to varying degrees connects all these films with a picturesque tradition, the application of the term to cinema may at first seem counterintuitive given its primary association with static imagery such as landscape painting. Anne Hollander has suggested that the picturesque ideal is essentially static, while the category of the sublime has been the appropriate mode for cinematic landscape. Yet this characterization of the picturesque as static downplays the term's original association with walking tours in the English countryside and with gardens designed to reveal multiple views to a mobile subject. Commenting on the cinematic quality of this mode of viewing, Juliana Bruno notes that the picturesque enacted shifts from vista to vista as its rhythm of montage unraveled along a path of sequential motion. Similarly, the 1980s films in New York deploy various perspectives ranging from aerial photography, horizontal tracking shots, and perhaps above all handheld cameras to convey a landscape in motion. And I shall now turn to Downtown 81, where that handheld camera is the main visual device, if you like. I don't know if there's a picture of that, or maybe not. No, or maybe later, that's fine. Downtown 81 is made by a Swiss photographer called Edo Bertoglio, and it's effectively a day in the life of a young artist played by Basquiat. Perhaps he plays himself, I don't know. The artist in the film is not named, but he's resembling the real-life Basquiat. And he has just been evicted from his flat in Alphabet City, and he walks around with a painting that he needs to sell to be able to move back into the flat. Set at a pivotal moment of economic transformation, Downtown 81 was shot in 1980 and 81, but it wasn't actually released until 2000, and largely filmed on the gentrification frontier in Alphabet City, where Neil Smith's detailed analysis of tax arrears identified the turning points from devalorization to gradual reinvestment as occurring between 1978 and 1981. As Smith argued, associated with this frontier of profitability were a set of adventurous cultural images frequently deployed in gentrification discourse, where in front of the line, savagery, promise, and opportunity still stalk the landscape. As a number of critical commentators have argued, both the dilapidated physical environment on the Lower East Side and the visible poverty and homelessness aided gentrification as a source of aesthetic pleasure. This aestheticized notion of poverty and decay resonates with arguments in the literature on the picturesque, where perhaps most forcefully Anne Birmingham has highlighted how in some of its forms the aesthetic effect of the picturesque seems to be calculated precisely on poverty and misery. Downtown 81 is ambiguously positioned in relation to this type of slum voyeurism. On the one hand, it privileges introverted voiceover over dialogue, which in a way relocates the minor cast of prostitutes, junkies, and street hustlers to a decorative backdrop. Yet, any easy picturesque reading is complicated by the film's point of view, in which Basquiat is at once the embodiment of urban spectatorship, through which we appreciate the ruinous landscape, and at the same time an evicted and dispossessed object in the art house film in which he plays a part. This dual perspective informs the point of view of the film, which is structured as a picaresque, a term which sounds confusingly similar to picturesque, but which means something else, a term associated with the 16th century Spanish novel, but more broadly understood as an episodic first-person narrative of the adventures of a sympathetic outsider. Voiceover narration is used to emphasize the point of view of Basquiat, whose adventures are structured almost entirely around random urban encounters. However, in contrast with the first-person novel, in which we see the world through the eyes of the protagonist, the mobile 16mm camera with which the film is shot alternates between depicting the protagonist and mimicking his point of view. Thus, if the distinct quality of the first-person novel is to enter the mind of a character, a paradoxical marvel of this type of cinema is to both look at the protagonist and see the world through his eyes. At times the two perspectives through him and of him almost merge into one in a type of point of view Neil Archer has described as a conflation of viewer perception with a diegetic, or in other words, a perspective that both incorporates and encompasses that of the protagonist. Have I got much time? Okay, thanks. There may be a picture of that's perhaps one example of where the camera is sort of mimicking his Basquiat's perspective while at the same time incorporating him in the frame. I think I'm going to have to skip a few bits here. As I already mentioned, he's walking around with a painting that he needs to sell to try and move back into his flat. And the fact that his art is always produced or carried around on foot suggests an equation between art and street walking, or perhaps an allegorical analogy between the prostitute and artist, which at times correlated with Basquiat's real-life situation as a rent boy. While this queer biography is not directly alluded to, Basquiat's renowned sexual charisma is clearly part of the episodic narrative, where he is accosted by strangers in the street. At one point, he is picked up by a woman in a convertible car in a scene that inverts the gender conventions of the typical pickup, and again underlines the art prostitution analogy when she offers to be both lover and patron. Moreover, this narrative episode draws attention to the scopophilic pleasure of looking at Basquiat as an object of sexual stimulation through sight, to quote Laura Mulvey's classic essay on spectatorial desire from the 1970s. However, Mulvey's argument was that the object is always female and the gaze is always male, so I'm kind of disagreeing with her slightly here by presenting Basquiat as the object. In the 1980s, Mulvey's gender theories on spectatorship influenced other critical contexts, with Corbina Mercer, for example, in a famous essay arguing that Robert Mapplethorpe's photographs of black men transferred a fetishistic fantasy of mastery from gender to racial difference. However, far from an object in the still life tradition of Mapplethorpe, Basquiat in Downtown 81, as I've pointed out, is also the bearer of the film's gaze. This dual perspective may partly disrupt the privileged picturesque outlook, but ultimately it also enables the spectator to enjoy the aestheticized poverty while parasitically identifying with Basquiat's marginality. And I'll end there.
Thanks, Johan. So the next and last presentation is by Brian Rosa from City University of New York, and he's going to talk about Manchester, right? Right. Do you want to sit here? That would be great.
Okay. Gracias por invitarme. Soy Brian Rosa. Voy a presentar en inglés, pero puedo charlar un poco en castellano más tarde, si quiere. So I'm going to present a little bit from some of my work from my PhD thesis. which is entitled Beneath the Arches, Reappropriating the Residual Space of Infrastructure in Manchester. And it concentrates on Manchester's post-industrial restructuring and reimaging since the late 1960s, exploring how the presence of railway viaducts, as well as the uses beneath their arches, have impacted strategies for revalorization in the wake of gradual but incomplete deindustrialization. Here you have a grid image of some of the different, of the hundreds of railway arches that you could find around Manchester city centre. And I should mention I'll be, through much of the next year in Barcelona, working on turning this into a book project. So, upon quickly establishing the mutually constituted history of Manchester's elevated railways in its city centre, and demonstrating how this 19th century process has shaped the form and character of the city, my dissertation excavates a spatial history of the infrastructural landscapes of the city. Special emphasis is placed on the uses and perceptions of railway arches, which have long served as symbols of dereliction and social disorder, and have been the site of a prolonged and gradual process of industrial gentrification. So just to give you, I'm going to go through a few slides to give you a little bit of background, and then I'll talk about two discrete sites within Manchester. So here you see a map in 1910. This is the most extensive the Manchester railway network was at one point. I'm focusing mainly on this area where it says Oxford Road, that blue line right there, that particular viaduct. And if you look at this map of Manchester slums from 1904, you can see that the gray commercial area was almost completely devoid of residences, and the working class residences were clustered around the railway viaducts, which also defined the boundaries of what was considered the center of the city. And you have these working class houses that are built right up against the viaduct. So you have this industrial metabolism in which the city itself is mutually constituted by these infrastructural networks and these working class housing that are kind of pressed up against the viaducts here. To the extent, actually, that a lot of these models that we imagine of the industrial city, so we have Léon Fauché, Friedrich Engels, and Marr, each one of these lines in the circles or different diagrams could actually be defined as the viaduct itself within the city. And then from Victorian times, in some ways up until present, the railway viaducts have been associated with working class and industrial districts, with homelessness and destitution, and as backdrops of everyday life among working class people. So you see here L.S. Lowry, one of the most famous painters from Manchester, constantly using the motif of the viaduct. I'll skip over this quote, but so we know there are these cultural representations of railway viaducts which are much associated with criminality, marginality, low-value industrial uses, and a sort of visual hodgepodge, the severance of urban districts, and the sort of back streets of the city. So here, in the first plan created for Manchester in 1945, the viaducts are described as unnecessarily ugly and dreary structures. Our railway stations, too, can be attractive features of the city, like these continental examples. It was actually expressed with some lament in this plan, which was written during World War II, that bombs hadn't actually done more damage to the industrial city in Manchester. A little bit more of these sort of images. The Coronation Street, a soap opera that had been set for decades in Manchester, which was supposed to depict a working class district within the city. Every opening scene of the entire show has always had a train passing along the viaduct in the background, even when it became a CGI train, because there was no longer a train passing through the back of the set. And the site of these sort of, constantly the site of murders and mysteries to be solved in the criminal underbelly of the city. So I'm looking a bit, and I'll be going into a little bit more about how this links with Smith, I hope, too, but I'm drawing in part on this idea of the symbolic economy. So this is analysis that draws on Marxian geographical political economy, but places additional emphasis on symbolic strategies of revalorization. Since so much of the reimagination of deindustrializing districts has been focused on leisure and tourism, landscapes of industrial production have increasingly been reconfigured as landscapes of cultural consumption. This is not to suggest that supply-side arguments and the urbanization of capital do not drive urban change, because I believe they do, but rather that the cultural connotations and aesthetics of urban landscapes are integral elements of the process of revalorization. The planning, construction, and management of urban spaces embodies class politics and encloses public spaces through prioritizing landscapes of consumption. So I'll be looking at a few sites here. You have your token image of powerful men in suits pointing at a model. Always important. So here we have an aerial photo taken by the Greater Manchester Archaeological Unit in 1989 of the actually existing Castlefield Basin, right? And in the same time period, here is an aspirational image of what would become the Castlefield Urban Heritage Park. As you could see, all of the vacant lots and industrial massiness has been removed. All of a sudden, there's this insertion of the conversion of warehouses and also these sort of simulacral mill housing in which fake factories were made to offer more lofts than the area can actually provide. You can also see that the railway arches are opened. The area becomes branded. The viaducts are proposed to have Castlefield branding on them. And in the design for this area, you see that the new viaduct infill should be recessed to accentuate the arch form. What this actually meant, and this was under the aegis of the Central Manchester Development Corporation, which was basically a public-private partnership imposed by the central government to usurp the planning powers of the Manchester City Council to promote property-led development and a neoliberal form of urban regeneration, right? So what ends up happening in the Castlefield Basin is all of the remaining industrial uses that remain there are actually pushed out through a process of compulsory purchase, or eminent domain in American English. The viaducts are sandblasted to reveal their sort of the hue of the original bricks. All of the arches are opened to allow for visual and pedestrian permeability, and some of them are reinserted with cafes. So in an emphasis on this post-industrial imaginary that's being generated by the Central Manchester Development Corporation, actually existing industrial land use gets pushed away because it does not fit within the idea of the post-industrial, right? All of the detritus that's lying around along the canals, there was a sort of joke when they opened the Museum of Science and Industry in Manchester that to create this museum, they just had to drag all of the junk from outside and put it inside the building, and they had the museum. Now, the aestheticization of industrial era infrastructure got to the point where when they built the new Metrolink tram system, they actually clad the new viaduct for the tram with brick to make it appear as if it were a Victorian viaduct when it was actually built in the 1990s. So you can see how much the post-industrial or heritage aesthetic are incorporated into these aspirational ideas for promoting property-led development. And you see the monumentalization of in the infrastructural landscape as a space of leisure and heritage consumption. I'm writing a bit on the High Line now in New York City. You see a lot of the same trends going on here. And in this is a massive displacement. You see the triumph of exchange value over use value here, not only while at the same time the use value is actually taken away in many senses. Arches that were productive actually became made empty to become a, in some ways, picturesque landscape. And the insertion of cafe bars, this one actually called Barca in Catalan Square. They were very inspired by the Barcelona Olympics at the time. And fancy furniture stores, cafes, artisanal markets, etc. Now, I want to talk a little bit too about the property estate within railway arches as well. How am I on time? Oh, great. Perfect. Doing well this time. So one thing to point out is this company, Spacia, which has now been rebranded as Network Rail Properties, is the largest small and medium enterprise landlord in Britain. They own thousands and thousands of properties. Essentially, they're the company that has a remit to maintain the operational infrastructure of railways in the vast majority of Britain. And the property estate is in some ways something they've approached with some reluctance in the past. In fact, they've tried to sell off the arches to private companies so they wouldn't have to deal with them. But being as the company has a statutory obligation to maintain the structures, the arches themselves can't actually be sold off. So I call them at some points in their history reluctant rentiers, right? They're rentiers, but not necessarily by choice. Though you can see here in this advertising that at points they've become more active in processes of structural speculation in terms of the manner and pace in which development happens within different cities. The peak of this was probably in 2000. The refurbishment of 10 arches at the same time into cafes and restaurants. These were all formerly auto repair shops, which is one of the most common uses for railway arches. And we can actually capture the moments of these transformations occur when a welding shop is displaced by Network Rail Properties to insert a what would you call it? Leasing agent. So someone who leases out properties, installing the spiral staircase and installing a great glazed frontage to the railway arch. Now, a lot of the themes that came up were about this sort of idea of what I was calling the barrier effect. So you can see at the top of this this image here, you can see the viaduct along the top. This site is called First Street. This viaduct had constituted what was considered to be the southernmost boundary of the Manchester city centre from 1840s to the 1960s when a ring road was built. So another form of infrastructure actually pushes that boundary downwards. But the city for a very long time had been attempting to capture the physical and economic growth of the city centre and push it to the other side of the viaduct, which was functioning both as a material and visual barrier, but more than anything, a perceptual barrier to where property expansion could occur in the city. This is the sort of traditional image that you have of Whitworth Street West. And this was around the time of my study. This was the proposition for how the city would stimulate redevelopment on the other side of the viaduct. A massive development, highly publicly subsidized in partnership with a private developer to promote commercial developments, the construction of hotels, and the construction of a large cultural center which the city owned, to literally try to pull investment and pedestrians to the other side of the viaduct. So a quote from the planning and development manager, essentially the probably most important decision maker in planning within Manchester. The problem for them was that First Street was not physically and psychologically perceived as part of the city center. So we've really struggled to drive investment around here because of the severance that's caused by the viaduct. What we're trying to do is overcome these obstacles that are caused by these unreal barriers, but they're psychological barriers in the mind of people who drive investment of the city. This is accomplished partly by reuse, partly by making them more attractive, partly by improving linkages and connectivity. And what we ended up with in the past year or so is this massive complex here, standing over the viaduct like a beacon, visually symbolizing the fact that the city has finally conquered the viaduct and pushed development to the other side. Although probably most people in the city wouldn't actually believe that to be true. So the barrier, as I understand it, is at once we understand infrastructure functions as a sort of physical barrier affecting the permeability of people to pass from one point to another. We have all these metaphors of the wrong side of the tracks, etc. But I think that this really could be interpreted also as the permeability of capital, and how much public investment and public-private partnerships since the 1980s have gone into promoting this as what was understood to be the largest undeveloped site in the center of Manchester. And this is now proposed, this is actually very frustrating. This was released the day I turned in the final draft of my thesis, that they had proposed a complete overhaul of the entire Whitworth Street West. So I'll be getting back to this. But we can also see these sort of aesthetic shifts that are associated with trying to overcome this barrier effect, in which the condition of the railway arches and the type of occupants they have is what is considered the barrier to promoting investment. But one of the ironies here is that neither the tenants nor the network rail can fully capitalize on the rent gap, because since the tenants cannot actually own the properties, and since they cannot be refurbished in any way that would interfere with them being inspected and everything being torn out at any one moment, they exist in this sort of constant limbo and actually function as this internal frontier within the city where investment is never quite caught up to redevelopment pressures surrounding them. I'll leave that there. But I'm trying to focus on this idea of industrial gentrification. And this is an older quote from Smith, but I think it's important. I want to think of gentrification not so much as this narrow understanding of changes in housing markets. Of course, no one here is suggesting that gentrification is exclusively housing. But it's really, I'm thinking of it as the class remake of the central urban landscape. So this displacement of these sort of traditional railway arch tenants, these light industrial businesses that had defined for over a century what these spaces actually meant for the city, is a displacement of the working class from the city center as well. And I think that's important to emphasize. I just want to leave it at one. If this image will load, I wanted to leave it with one last image, but I'm not sure if it's going to. No. The last thing I just want to point out is, as much as we can think about this heritage aesthetic and the sort of cleaning up of the industrial. Oh, have we lost it? Just one aside that I want to point out in terms of the commodification of the industrial aesthetic is it's not only about adaptive reuse and heritage. If you look at the location library for where people can film and network rail properties sites, you can click on themes such as dark and moody. And they've actually managed to find a way to commodify the dereliction itself of the railway arches from their lack of investment in the sites and figure out another way to marketize that. And I think that that's probably worth thinking about as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Disturbing. So, the good point of me being so unkind with you is that we have about 45 minutes to debate and to receive questions from the floor. So, please, any questions? Yes. Yeah.
Hi, my question is for the paper on Jean-Michel Basquiat. And just a comment really. I wondered if it was interesting that you picked Jean-Michel Basquiat to look at downtown 81 and the dereliction of the space, because during the post-industrial period and the neoliberal restructuring, as well as capital accumulation targeting property and rent, it also targeted art. And Jean-Michel Basquiat was a large part of that, of his generation of that period in New York. He was one of the first artists to become commodified and to be taken into the mainstream, hanging out with Madonna, etc. And I just wondered if you sort of put those two forms of capital accumulation together.
Yes, I guess so in a way, although I'm trying to perhaps critique that narrative slightly too. I mean, in Christopher Mele's book, Selling the Lower East Side, I think, uses Basquiat very much as a symbol of that kind of commodification of art. And the classic essay by Deutsche and Ryan, The Fine Art of Gentrification, from October in 1984, doesn't use Basquiat as an example, but they pick specifically on neo-expressionism as the art movement, which is very individualistic and kind of collectively to blame for some of the gentrification. I think what's interesting about Basquiat is that on the one hand you can look at him as the kind of middle class background coming to, you know, escaping that kind of background and discovering this new edgy neighborhood. At the same time, I think he also complicates that narrative through his marginality. I mean, he is homeless when he plays homeless in this film, but he was actually homeless when they shot the film. He becomes a drug addict and he dies at 27. He's a rent boy at the time as well. So it's difficult to use him, I think, as in the way that Christopher Mele does sometimes, as a kind of emblematic character of that sort of arts-led gentrification. Although I take your point that he's definitely part of that scene, you know. Yeah.
Hi, it's a question for Johan and also for Francesca Governa. It's about the depiction of poverty and of marginal spaces, because Johan said that the picturesque, it aestheticizes poverty, and there seems little of a way out in depicting poverty without it being aesthetic or aestheticizing. It seems like if to depict the poverty quickly is aestheticizing. And the question is if there's a way to appropriate the picturesque for critical uses, which in a certain sense I thought was what the movie, the film, was doing. So question is if you could commentate that.
Yes, thank you for your question. I think it's quite our aim to try to understand and to describe marginal spaces, not only as a problem, because we feel that when we describe poverty, poor space, and this is a representation of the representation of Belle-de-Mai as the poor neighborhood, helps to legitimize urban regeneration strategies, because it is a poor neighborhood, is a problematic neighborhood, is a dangerous neighborhood. So we have to make a new a regeneration, and regeneration, gentrification, and so on. So we try to move this idea, and I don't know if we are able to discuss this idea, but this is one of our aim, to see the problem of poverty, the problem of marginal space in quite a different way. and to see the urban margin as a space to imagine alternatives, no? To see, to stay in Belle de Mai, to imagine alternatives. This is the idea.
Yeah, well, I'm actually wanted to ask a similar question, given that I focused some of my critique of Downtown 81 on the voiceover as a kind of introverted mode of representation. So in a way, I was curious to hear why you chose voiceover. Whether you think that your own film is picturesque to some extent. But I don't really ask that as a criticism, because I can totally see why you opt for making the narrator visible in the way you did. And I saw that you had a quote, you referenced Bell Hooks, and of course Bell Hooks wrote that very famous critique of Paris is Burning, where the white narrator commenting on black subculture is never visible on the screen, and the questions are edited out from the audio, and that becomes kind of an imperial narrative position where you can't see the positionality of the narrator. So I thought that worked very well in your film, but I'm still curious about how you took those decisions.
Yes, this is a big issue, the positionality of the research. And I show you only little part of our movie in more than 1 hour. And there are a lot of interaction among the geographer and the inhabitants. It's all based on these dialogues between the inhabitants, between other persons. But we try also to use the voiceover to say our point of view. We built our point of view in the relation, and then we say what we think about this space. And we don't think that this is the truth. But we think that we have the responsibility to say something about this space. This is our point. To interact with the inhabitant, but to say our point of view.
Any more questions? No?
I have a question on the railway arches, because I've done some work myself on railway arches in Vauxhall in London, which were appropriated as nightclubs in the 1990s, and I realized that I had missed out probably quite an important angle when I heard your talk about the ownership, that it's National Rail who owns these structures. And what is happening now in Vauxhall is that all these nightclubs are being shut down very quickly because National Rail can simply evict. Once the area is gentrified enough and these clubs don't feel any purpose anymore in kind of attracting other businesses or residential developments, they're being forced out. So I think that sort of transient quality or fragility of the railway arch is very interesting, and I was wondering if you found any similar kind of transgressive uses, because most of your pictures were of Wagamama and places like that. But
yeah, actually, one chapter of my thesis is about the sort of the music scene in the 70s and 80s around the hacienda and a lot of the nightclubs going around that time, and also. There were what were called warehouse parties in Manchester, but these warehouse parties tended to be in railway arch lockups, which were around the bands like the Stone Roses and other bands like and rave culture. There's always been and continues to be in Manchester this connection between the railway arch spaces as being marginal, but for the reason that they're marginal both in terms of their activities they foster and their location within the city, that they tend to be the places where these sort of new forms of cultural expression emerge as well, which is often instrumentalized into the way that processes of redevelopment happen within the city, because once that process starts happening, I mean, it's the sort of classic example, right? But these are the pioneers in some ways. The club culture, that site that I was pointing out, First Street, where they were trying to push the development across to the other side of the viaduct, that's directly across the street from where the hacienda was. The hacienda was demolished. A building was constructed that looked exactly like it, and it was made luxury apartments and it was called the hacienda. So, I mean, there you go.
But in the case of your case in Manchester, somehow resonates with what Laura was speaking about in Berlin, in the sense that both examples are showing how the state is mobilizing all that it has in order to promote the last niche of opportunity for private development, right?
Yeah.
Because it was also your case, which, by the way, speaks a lot to what is happening right now here in Spain, in which we are, selling the huge resources of public housing to these fondos buitres and so on.
Sí, quizá en concreto la comparación está con el caso español. La diferencia sería, yo veo muchas similitudes también, y quizá es importante desde aquí mirar lo que ha ocurrido allí o en qué se ha convertido, digamos. La diferencia es quizá que en el caso español es como una supuesta o pretendida reacción necesaria a la crisis. En cambio, en Berlín es el precedente, porque el mercado alemán estaba muy regulado, y era necesario primero desregular una parte importante para que el mercado pudiera hacer efecto, ¿no? Yo creo que esa es una diferencia importante. En España, pues, a partir de los 80 o quizá incluso de los 60 ya la regularización de la vivienda había decaído.
Y una pregunta en relación a esto. Aquí está habiendo muchísima oposición al cómo están despachando esos recursos de vivienda pública en Berlín, como fue en ese momento en el que realmente no había necesidad o no había posibilidad de legitimación, incluso aunque sea aberrante, pero no había posibilidad de legitimación como puede haberla aquí, ¿no?
A ver, evidentemente cualquier proceso político de este tipo necesita una legitimación, si no, no funciona. Y más cuando quien estaba privatizando eso era el primer gobierno regional en Alemania, en el que el Partido Socialdemócrata se había aliado con el partido anteriormente comunista, ¿no? Con la izquierda pos caída del muro. Y la legitimación recaía en un endeudamiento enorme por parte de la administración pública. Pero que lo que no se decía en este discurso es que este endeudamiento venía, por un lado, por la forma en que se había hecho la reunificación, en el que, bueno, la vivienda pública del este fue pasada ¿cómo se llama? Siguió siendo pública, pero el supuesto crédito, que evidentemente no era un crédito en sentido capitalista, de estas asociaciones de viviendas del este, fue dado a los bancos capitalistas del oeste, con lo cual empezaron a pedir la recuperación de un crédito inexistente, digamos, ¿no? Eso creó un endeudamiento municipal gigantesco. Y por otros procesos de corrupción, básicamente, también inmobiliarios. O sea, esa era la legitimación para privatizar la vivienda pública, ganar fondos y bajar la deuda, el endeudamiento municipal.
Hola, buen día. Tardan en salir las preguntas porque aún estamos medio dormidos, pero una para Laura que dice es ver una relación entre la financiarización y la gentrificación general, ¿no? O global, como decías. Lo que yo veo aquí en Barcelona es que con esta que veo lo mismo, que está sucediendo lo mismo aquí, lo que veo es un aumento brutal del uso de la represión por parte del Estado y para mí eso es como la tercera parte de ese proceso, ¿no? Y bueno, creo que estamos en situaciones muy distintas aquí y en Alemania, ¿no? En el país que domina el Banco Central Europeo y los países que sufrimos sus políticas dentro de la zona euro. Pero aún así tenía curiosidad pues, por saber si en Berlín también se empezaba a ver la militarización de la vida pública y un poco pues, lo que conlleva la gentrificación y el dominio de los bancos, que es pues, la presencia policial en el espacio público, el aumento de las reglamentaciones, de leyes represivas, etc.
Bueno, quizá fue una de las cosas que me sorprendió más cuando llegué a Berlín hace 16 años, era la brutalidad de las fuerzas policiales, que yo no conocía aquí, aunque había sido activamente política, y empezó justo después de que yo me marchara, como hacia el 99, ¿no? Bueno, con excepciones, evidentemente, ¿no? Pero la represión en Berlín y las fuerzas policiales siempre me ha parecido muy exagerado en todos casos, pero muy fuerte. Y también es sorprendente, quizá comparativamente, hay muchísimos menos casos de desplazamiento de los que hay aquí. De todas maneras, los procesos de desahucio que se están llevando a cabo son fuertísimos. Por eso colectivos en Berlín están precisamente mirando hacia España, mirando a la PA, mirando a Grecia, mirando a sitios donde hay una oposición intentando aprender de estas políticas, bueno, de estas oposiciones políticas.
Gracias, buenos días. Un par de preguntas concretas para Laura, porque es interesante el proceso ese que se está desarrollando en toda Alemania, yo creo. Esa burbuja inmobiliaria en ciernes, pero también en Berlín. Dos cosas, porque se habla de la financiarización global y la afluencia. ¿Sabes exactamente cómo se está financiando esa burbuja? Quiero decir, Alemania es conocido que tiene un exceso de ahorro interno. Si está llegando también capital, si tienes alguna idea de qué pesa más en ese proceso, si es el ahorro interno o es la llegada de capital financiero internacional. Y luego también me gustaría saber si estos procesos se pueden dar de muchas maneras, a veces de todas a la vez, ¿no? Desde cambios de usos del suelo, expulsión de población en áreas urbanas consolidadas, creación de suelo urbano simplemente a base de expansión. ¿Predomina algún tipo de algún proceso de este tipo en esa expansión inmobiliaria de Berlín? O bueno, si hay alguna mezcla de ellas, etcétera. A ver si me puedes aclarar esto. Gracias.
A ver. Yo creo que, refiriéndome a la primera pregunta, ¿no? Son las dos cosas, el tema del endeudamiento y el tema del influjo de capitales globales. Yo me centro en la producción, o sea, en los promotores de vivienda nueva y cómo se relaciona con políticas y tal, ¿no? Por eso el tema de las políticas de vivienda, de construcción de vivienda. En estos está claro, por un lado, que mucho capital, o sea, en Alemania había como el mito de que Alemania no estaba financiarizado. Evidentemente, los mercados financieros alemanes estaban financiarizados y los bancos y tal, solo que estaban invirtiendo en otros sitios. ¿no? Ahora se vuelcan hacia Alemania y además empieza a haber muchas conexiones pues, con otros capitales extranjeros. Muchos de los promotores que yo analizo pasan de alguna manera por Holanda, por ejemplo, por cuestiones también fiscales y tal. Pero algunos son realmente holandeses, hay mucha conexión de eso. Esto de todas maneras no funcionaría si no hubiera un crecimiento de demanda especulativa, ¿no? O sea, mucha demanda internacional, pero demanda pequeña, privada, que cada vez más se está extendiendo también a fondos, o sea, demanda de pisos por fondos que quieren mantener pisos para alquilar, y ya se verá cuando los venden con una ganancia y tal, y con un endeudamiento privado que yo no lo he estudiado mucho esto, siempre aparece en los medios de comunicación como llamadas de alerta, ¿no? Cuidado, ¿qué puede pasar si crece de repente los tipos de interés y tal? Bueno. ¿Cuál era la otra pregunta?
Este proceso predomina si se está centrando sin más en cambios de usos del suelo urbano.
Ya. Bueno, la pregunta la repito para los que no oyen la traducción, era si se está centrando en cambios de usos o qué tipo de transformación o de dónde había quizá los mayores incrementos probablemente de precios. La construcción de viviendas está siendo como uno de los mayores indicadores del boom inmobiliario. Evidentemente, son viviendas de propiedad en su mayor parte. El mercado alemán es básicamente, y el de Berlín es hasta el 85% de viviendas de alquiler. Entonces, lo que está pasando mucho es un desplazamiento de población, una clásica gentrificación, ¿no? Un desplazamiento de los antiguos habitantes. Lo que ya no es tan clásico es que muchas veces no hace falta un proceso de desvalorización. Pueden ser viviendas que están en perfecto estado, pero que si de alguna manera los propietarios consiguen quitarse de encima a los inquilinos, ¿no? Lo cual está muy regulado y no es fácil, si consiguen quitárselos de encima, entonces eso ya, el nuevo contrato de alquiler les permite un crecimiento suficiente como para llevar a cabo eso. Yo diría que ese es el proceso más importante, pero está cambiando en todos los motivos, digamos.
Yo añadiría sobre Alemania en particular, porque tendemos a tener cierta visión de que Alemania es la culpable de que nos está haciendo todo esto a Grecia y a España. Y es verdad, y lejos de mi intención reducir el papel, pero Alemania también está haciendo eso a Alemania. Quiero decir que ciertas regiones están haciendo eso mismo que están interviniendo unas regiones a otras, o el gobierno central está interviniendo directamente a algunos municipios y algunos gobiernos locales, que me corrija Laura, pero esto es algo que me comentan colegas alemanes. Hay ayuntamientos que ya no hacen sus planes urbanísticos directamente porque el gobierno central los ha intervenido y dirige directamente una especie de troika que viene desde arriba y decide qué sucede localmente y, por supuesto, impulsa este tipo de procesos. Y especialmente en Alemania, en la antigua Alemania del Este, está, por ejemplo, fomentando la estigmatización de los viejos barrios desarrollados durante la RDA, ¿no? Lo cual, o sea, lo que está sucediendo ahora mismo a escala europea es una especie de reescalamiento de lo que Alemania lleva haciendo ya unas décadas en su propio país, lo cual es a su vez una reproducción de cosas que hemos visto ya en otros sitios. En realidad todo esto se remite al laboratorio inicial de este tipo de políticas, que es Nueva York en los años 70, en la década de 1970, cuando este tipo de cosas que nos contaba Joan o los procesos que estudia Neil Smith son la consecuencia de la intervención por una troika, un compuesto de personajes o de representantes financieros del gobierno federal, etcétera, del Ayuntamiento de Nueva York, porque había entrado en un proceso de deuda supuestamente debido a las maldades del estado del bienestar, etcétera. O sea, estamos todo el rato viendo la reproducción ampliada, la circulación, el reescalamiento de un laboratorio político que fue en su momento Nueva York.
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Yo incluso lo extendería a un punto anterior a este instauración de troicas municipales, digamos, en el hecho de la reunificación alemana, muy entendida desde Alemania como una posibilidad sencillamente de ampliar sus mercados, el mercado económico alemán, ¿no? Que después, con la ampliación de los 15, pues hasta los, ¿cuántos somos? Ya, 20 y tantos países europeos, también la política se basa básicamente en ampliar el mercado para el centro de Europa, digamos.
Más preguntas, more questions.
Hola, esta también es para Laura. No he llegado a tu exposición, pero por lo que comentas y por lo que he leído aquí, te quisiera preguntar, estuve este verano en Berlín y me sorprendió, por ejemplo, en Kreuzberg, la lucha tan explícita contra la gentrificación. Estaba todo lleno de pancartas y la verdad es que, bueno, al ser un turista, no entender alemán y eso, pues me quedé con muy poco de quiénes son los sujetos de esta lucha, cuáles son sus reivindicaciones, sus discursos, sus prácticas. Me gustaría saber un poco sobre este tema. No sé si lo has explicado.
Bueno, he dicho un poco sobre el tema del revanchismo a partir de una pregunta. Lo que quizá no he dicho es que, de todas maneras, está habiendo cada vez más que la política se está poniendo las pilas, que ve que no puede seguir con el tipo de discursos que está haciendo, y eso no lo he presentado, ¿no? O sea, se ha empezado, como el otro día hablaba alguien del caso de Escocia, ¿no? Se han empezado a reponer cuestiones del control de los alquileres, se ha prohibido el tema de convertir viviendas en apartamentos de alquiler turístico, se está fomentando, aunque de una manera muy cuestionable, la construcción de viviendas, de vivienda pública, se está comprando derechos de vivienda pública, viviendas existentes y tal. De todas maneras, todas estas políticas están muy bien, pero no llegan a poner en cuestión el tema de rentabilizar el mercado de la vivienda, y tampoco llegan a poner en cuestión el tema de hacer de la inversión inmobiliaria un punto principal de la competencia entre ciudades, a mi opinión.
Hay otra pregunta aquí. Aquí. Here.
Muchas gracias. Más que una pregunta, yo quisiera hacer un comentario que me viene dando un poco de vuelta desde ayer, en el sentido de que con esta cuestión de la globalización a veces estamos asumiendo o pensamos que los procesos son similares o se dan de igual manera en todos los lugares. Yo vengo de México, la realidad latinoamericana es muy diferente de la europea, y las exposiciones de hoy, sobre todo la de Brian y de Francesca, me llevan a pensar que en México, por ejemplo, o que a lo mejor no tenemos dentro de la forma como el crecimiento se está dando, hay algunas políticas que nosotros o que los gobiernos de nuestras ciudades están adoptando. El Giulianis lo tuvimos en México y el gobierno de izquierda lo tomó como la medida para dar seguridad al centro de la ciudad, y en ese sentido pues puedo estar de acuerdo. Pero la forma, por ejemplo, el concepto de frontera, Brian habla de la frontera interna y me sorprendió, claro, hay una frontera urbana interna, pero nosotros tenemos otra externa que se da en los bordes y que se está dando en la comercialización de una serie de construcciones de vivienda popular para clases bajas, que está siendo todo un fracaso, ¿sí? Y entonces tenemos una gran cantidad de zonas deshabitadas y que se están yendo sobre las zonas marginales que precisamente ustedes están tratando de proteger para que no se vayan a la burbuja urbana de la transformación. Entonces, a partir de todo este uso de conceptos, yo creo que sería muy interesante, y que en el caso europeo ha estado apareciendo, es claro, por dónde estamos y de qué manera lo estamos haciendo, pero a lo mejor empezar a hacer una especie de comparativo, porque lo que está pasando particularmente en México es que todos estos conceptos de Neil se están retomando sin ningún criterio teórico y sin ningún rigor para hablar de la especificidad que estos tienen en la realidad mexicana. Y lo que queremos es precisamente comprobar que se están dando de la misma manera como se están dando en Nueva York, en España, en Berlín o en toda Europa o Estados Unidos. Entonces, creo que sería muy interesante hacer y profundizar más en las diferencias a través de las cuales los mismos procesos que Neil trató de ejemplificar en las zonas en donde él estudió, en Nueva York en particular, se repiten y nos ayudan los conceptos a interpretarlos, pero a partir de la especificidad que se está dando en cada lugar. Muchísimas gracias.
Do you want to comment anything on that?
I completely agree.
No, okay.
It reminds me, voy a responder en inglés porque mi castellano es un poco malo, pero I think that it's interesting the case of Mexico City, for example, with Carlos Slim and the Centro Histórico in el DF, that the way that the process of gentrification has been narrated was actually made into a sort of script to instrumentalize the process of displacement and the attraction of artists and tourists and zero tolerance policing with Rudy Giuliani. That I remember seeing the Fundación Centro Histórico and everything, where essentially a very wealthy billionaire purchased a lot of the historical properties in the center of Mexico City, a lot of which had been damaged by an earthquake in the 1980s. But I think there's another example of how when we think of frontiers, sometimes the term, it has spatial connotations, but it doesn't necessarily, frontera, for example, it could be the core. And I think that was very much the case in Mexico City, but also in Manchester. So sometimes the terminology we use lets those comparisons work, but sometimes it makes it more difficult too.
¿Alguna pregunta más? Vuestra última oportunidad. Estamos a punto de concluir el tiempo designado para la sesión. ¿Nadie? Bueno, pues lo dejamos aquí. Muchas gracias a todos por venir, and thanks a lot for your contributions. See you in about 45 minutes at 11:45. We start the next panel, okay?
Bueno, damos inicio a esta nueva sesión en la que están reunidas 4 comunicaciones sobre temas diversos que no están quizá tan relacionados como ayer era un tema más centrado en el tema de gentrificación y era más fácil reunir las ponencias. Desde la organización nos fue difícil organizar sesiones y justo la de hoy están reuniendo temas dispares, aunque yo creo que vamos a encontrar puntos en común. 3 de las comunicaciones concretamente tienen como tema central el tema de la naturaleza y del tema medioambiental, que era un tema muy trabajado por Neil. Otra de las comunicaciones, son 5 en total, no 4 como he dicho, otra de las comunicaciones se centrará más en temas de geopolítica y la última será más centrada en temas de desarrollo urbano desigual. Yo creo que vamos a encontrar temas en común para el debate posterior. Voy a dar entrada a todos ellos, os los presento a todos por orden de intervención. Empezará Isabel Angelowski, que es de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, trabaja en el Institute of Environment, Science and Technology y su ponencia se titula Green Amenities as Locally Unwanted Land Uses in Historical Marginalized Neighborhoods. Esto es una pregunta. When urban regeneration creates a new environmental privilege and conundrum for environmental justice activists. Sí, bueno, luego presentaré al resto.
¿Cómo hago para...? Okay, great. Hi, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this really, really exciting conference. And as many other speakers, I think that it's amazing to be able to be a group of really committed scholars to these issues of exclusion and displacement. So I'm really honored to be here. My talk today takes a little bit of a different take in comparison with what we've been hearing so far, because I'm looking at this new issue of green gentrification, environmental gentrification in cities, which is when environmental improvements in cities meet displacement and exclusion. So the main argument in this talk is that greening projects that are part of urban sustainability plans or greening plans, as many cities currently have around the world, tends to create conditions for city rebranding, reinvestment, and as a consequence, the social spatial exclusion and invisibilization of the most marginalized residents in cities, their livelihoods and their practices. And I have 2 case studies through which I will kind of explore this argument. And in particular, if we look at the amenities that new neighborhoods, new revitalized neighborhoods tend to have, such as parks, ecological corridors, green belts, even healthy food stores, I argue that they have come to be considered as a locally unwanted land use in the life of these historically marginalized groups because of the phenomenon of displacement that tends to accompany urban sustainability and greening. So rather than seeing locally unwanted land use as, let's say, a contaminated site or a factory, I argue that Lulus now seem to be embedded or embodied by greening projects. So traditionally, for those of you who are not as familiar with the topic of environmental justice, the scholarship in environmental justice has tended to examine the fact that low-income communities, people of color, tend to be disproportionately impacted by contaminated industries such as refineries or waste sites, especially in comparison with more privileged and wider classes. And that this has to do with, among others, the absence of meaningful participation in decisions making or in decisions that will affect their land, their territory, and natural resources. And we've seen this type of definition and this type of process explore both in rural communities and in urban distressed neighborhoods. So that was traditionally in the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, let's say, the traditional views on environmental injustice. Then when we move to the 1990s, and especially in the 2000s, the environmental justice agenda has complexified. And so environmental justice groups did not only focus on getting rid of these brown toxics in their neighborhoods, but also in how can they also bring about environmental improvements that touch upon a variety of domains. So not only, for instance, addressing contaminating practices from industries, but also having land for safe farming, having also access to healthy, fresh, and affordable food, having also facilities, green spaces where kids from marginalized backgrounds can practice sports or go to the playground, also safe spaces for learning and teaching. And finally, in the context of the downturn in the middle of the 2000s, also how can marginalized neighborhoods take advantage of funding towards green jobs and also healthy housing. So a much more encompassing and holistic agenda, moving away from just addressing one particular site of toxic to actually also much more globally changing and addressing long-term abandonment in the neighborhood. The last trend, if you were to separate the environmental justice movement, also the scholarship that has followed the movement, the last trend, I would say, is this one of environmental gentrification. That is generally within the context of urban greening, urban sustainability plans that have been developed by a variety of municipalities around the world, and that kind of started maybe in the mid-1990s. And the main point of the environmental gentrification literature is that, that those plans tend to not consider the neighborhood vulnerabilities that are present on the sites in which they operate these sustainability plans. So for instance, neighborhoods that tend to have a higher proportion of elderly, low-income residents tend to see little by little over time an exclusion of these residents from the benefit of these amenities because they are not able to resist increases in land prices or increases in rental prices. So there's a whole literature in urban environmental economics or in real estate economics showing the correlation between the greening of a site and also increases in real estate values in the proportion of college graduates, etc. So here, the idea of environmental gentrification is that whatever has to do with the improvement in environmental quality is also intertwined with processes of inequality reformation and gentrification. So just an example, in the city of New Orleans in the United States, the big avenue that you see in the middle of the left picture was the Claiborne Overpass, which is a highway that was built, as in many other communities in the US, in the 1960s to divide Black communities, in that particular case of New Orleans, and then really facilitate the transportation of white residents to the center city and then their transportation back home. But that overpass really divided a historically black corridor, and around it really created a site of local environmental pollution. The new idea of the mayor of New Orleans is to make Claiborne Avenue the most complete street in the world by getting rid of the overpath and creating a long green space along the way, which, as I've just been trying to articulate, this green path is also going to be having an impact in terms of real estate values and then possible displacement. And so the language around this is extremely positive, optimistic, vision for a new future for New Orleans, without considering at all the type of social and racial exclusionary dynamics that it's also going to be triggering. Another very known example of environmental gentrification is a Highline Park, for instance, in New York City, the transformation of an old abandoned railway road into an elevated park that, along its process of greening and revitalization, has increased local property values and also the prices of rental for local businesses. And little by little, we are seeing a change in the demographics of these neighborhoods. So just very quick kind of visual examples of that. I'm trying to go now a little bit beyond those two descriptive case studies to try to articulate also how we are seeing new types of environmental gentrification in different types of greening initiatives that are not just, let's say, changing a contaminated facility into a park. So my first example is the urban green belt of Medellin, Colombia, where I studied social vulnerability in greening, risk reduction, and growth containment initiatives. And the main research question around that case study was how does city rebranding around green and resilience discourses create displacement and exclusion? And I will not talk much about my research methods because I think that's not the purpose of the conference, but I'm happy to answer any questions about what type of methods we used. So the Green Belt was a very important flagship project for the city of Medellin, which is a city in constant renovation and in reinvention, especially in the context of a post-conflict city during the 1990s. So the project of the Green Belt was presented as the most ambitious project of the mayor's office for the most innovative city in the world. Medellin was voted in 2014 by the Urban Land Institute as the most innovative city in the world. And this project is a 74 square kilometer park on the slopes of the main valley that surrounds Medellin. And it's supposed to take place over the course of several years. It has 3 zones, as you can see here, a dark green zone, which is the green belt itself, a restored ecological corridor with new parks, reserves. Then there is a zone of consolidation, which is the zone in red that you see where basically the limit of the city have been set. And then you have the yellow one, which is the zone that is much more in a fuzzy space, if you will, a zone with a lot of contestation about who will have the right to stay there. And what's very important is that it is really a project and vision to address landslide issues, problems of increased flooding in the context of climate adaptation needs, but it's also very much a social spatial control project. And if we think about the land use inequities that have been created as part of this project, we see a few. Very important one. The first one is the fact that the neighborhoods that are from a higher social and racial class have the right to continue building up their housing towards the top of the hills, even though those are hills that are going to be supposedly outside building areas. Then there are also gated communities that exist in the west part, especially of Medellin, that will have the right to stay, even though the informal settlements, many of them, have been considered as zones in non-mitigable risk. And so there is a lot of controversy around how to define risk and what is really at risk in Medellin. And those gated communities will have the right to stay, while the informal settlements will have to move, which in that case means that they are not only losing access to housing, they're also losing access to environmental services that are key for them, and especially to the urban gardening practices that they've been having for decades, especially since they had to move to this area because of the conflict. There's also a controversy around a longitudinal transportation connection, which the municipality is planning to build in order to bring tourists and visitors to the new natural reserves. And there the residents also are contesting that project, saying, well, you are building that metro cable for visitors, but actually it's not reaching the needed areas for public transportation. And so just a few quotes here to try to illustrate the tensions that this project is bringing and this risk of double trauma that residents have been pointing to us. The fact that residents have been already displaced once by the conflict in the 1990s, and now they might have to be displaced twice. So one of the residents said, the government is now building palomeras, which are these high-rise buildings for social housing on the opposite side of the city, and wants to force another displacement of these people. These communities are not used to living in buildings of 20 or 15 or 20 floors, but in single-floor housing. Another quote from a community organizer. Through the social work that we have been doing, we are ready to present our proposal in a process of peace. If they negotiate with armed actors at the national level, why can't they do it with us, so here in the city? We don't ask for the police or the army, but for social investment. We're not occupying these slopes because we want to, but because the conflict forced us to move there. We don't want a green belt, nor an encircling garden. We want the right to live in a dignified way in our territory. We demand the reparation to the victims. And so what these examples, and I know it's really, really quick, what these examples of controversy around the green belt are showing us is that nowadays resilience agendas in cities and urban sustainability projects that come with this resilience agenda are kind of a new urban frontier, especially in the context of a revanchist city agenda like the one in Medellin. And what we're seeing is that this containment of population, this beautification, this naturalization of the city through the greening of poor areas and through also, in a way, the grabbing of their land is transforming these neighborhoods into landscapes of pleasure, where the dispossession of community assets is taking place for supposedly the greater public good, especially those of future generations. And so in that particular case, low-income residents, especially indigenous ones, are not just displaced by housing and by wealthy newcomers, as we see in many cases of gentrification, but by the greenery and by the visitors who come to enjoy it. My second case study is the one around green food development in a multiracial neighborhood in Boston called Jamaica Plain. So I'm kind of completely moving away here from a green belt perspective. The question here is, how do food privilege and food injustice get produced with the opening of so-called organic and sustainable food chains in multiracial neighborhoods? So here I'm looking at the issue of food gentrification. So the idea here of food gentrification that I'm trying to advance in a few of my papers is that gentrification is not just related to environmental green amenities, it has also to do with this whole movement of healthy food, organic food, and the venues of the store that tends to symbolize those new forms of consumption practices that, of course, per se are valuable enough to be promoted. But again, it depends in the end that we need to understand what are the distributional implications of these new stores. So what I've been studying in this case study is a conflict that took place in Boston in 2001 around the opening of a Whole Foods market, which is one of the stores of this global multinational food chain called Whole Foods. And the fact that this supermarket came to replace a Latino supermarket that was seen as the largest and the most diverse Latino supermarket in New England. And this supermarket that has transformed this neighborhood from supposedly what was called a food desert to a food mirage, meaning in that particular case, a neighborhood that actually had already healthy food availability, but that now with the closing of the store and opening of Whole Foods, the residents who have access to this high-end organic store like Whole Foods are actually not the lower income residents. So you have the impression that you have a neighborhood with a higher food access, but in the end, it's only for a few. And so the idea here with the replacement of high-low by Whole Foods is that Latino residents and Black residents really lost access to a place that was owned by the Latino community. It was a place where residents would come and line up at 9 a.m. before the opening of a store. They would line up milk crates and play dominoes outside the store. A parking lot would be a place where people would drink coffee and stay for hours. Inside the stores, people would maybe shop for 20 minutes, and the rest of the time, they would discuss some job posting or some social network opportunities that they would have access to. So it was really a place that was not just a supermarket. It was really a social haven for Latinos and a place where really they had access to a variety of cultural items that they could not find anywhere. And there was a very close relationship between the food manager and the clients about how to source the food, where to find it at the most available prices. And so there was a very, very symbiotic relationship between the store and the residents, and it was lost. And it was lost now with not the possibility for residents to find cheap and affordable Latino food around their neighborhood. And what was very pernicious in that case is that the neighborhood was portrayed by pro-Whole Foods activists, if you will, as a place, as a food desert, even though that was not the case. And it was really pernicious in the sense that the Whole Food customers were appropriating the language of food desert, which is generally a very powerful language by environmental justice activists, to denounce inequities in food access, for actually their own benefits as high-income residents who wanted to shop by foot at these new Whole Foods. And so they also invisibilized, in a way, the sustainable minority food practices and imposed what is healthy food, and also, in a way, advertised the ability now for people to buy collard greens at cheap prices, or quinoa, or yerba mate, which are very important staples for marginalized groups. So these are also this appropriation by foodies, in a way, of a language that, and of practices that are Latino-based practices. So the idea of food gentrification that I'm advancing in one of my papers is this increasing price of working class, of minority staples, through the mainstream demands for it, which tends to exclude those groups who have traditionally used them, and also the appropriation of their traditional food staples. So now Whole Foods is selling collard greens at $2.99 a pound, at basically 3 times the price that Hilo used to sell it. I will very quickly just brush on this slide, which is also, I think, what's important with the case of Hilo to Whole Foods is this idea of supermarket greenlining. In the 1980s, you had a lot of processes of redlining in the United States and even before, and especially in the supermarket arena, many supermarkets closed in low-income black neighborhoods of inner city areas and moved to the suburbs where they had more space, where they had the opportunity to sell their goods at higher prices. Nowadays, you see supermarket chains like Whole Foods really targeting specific areas for redevelopment because they know that they can make a profit of these areas. So they are, what I'm calling here, greenlining those areas for their own capital accumulation. So just to finish here, green gentrification in the form of high-end natural health store tends to recreate new forms of environmental inequities with sources of affordable food vanishing. Whose Foods activists, which were the ones on the opposite side of this natural healthy supermarket, are actually and were fighting the collective imaginary that green equals white and middle class. That is really what we've been seeing in the discourse of this neighborhood of Boston. And in the end, the invisibilization of how white and how whitened a neighborhood tends to be, or food prices and food availability tends to become by the word green. So the residents are being displaced, also that's being accompanied by a green and a white arrival, with also the racial aspect of whiteness invisibilized by the word green. So while traditional environmental justice concerns pointed at dominant institutions for treating marginalized groups as if they did not deserve to live in healthy neighborhoods and allowed these waste sites, these brown Lulus, to be located where poor residents used to be, I argue that green gentrification is now the flip side of this project, or the follow-up of that process, through which urban poor and people of color are only allowed, or seem only allowed, to live in less green neighborhoods with poor access to a variety of fresh and affordable food, jobs, and safety. Thank you. This is my last slide, showing this kind of very complex dynamic and process over time, with the difficulty for environmental justice activists to really know how to locate the activism. Do you really fight against these toxic waste sites at the price of maybe later on down the line being redeveloped into a green space or into a healthy food store that is going to be then increasing property values, increasing attractiveness, and potentially displacing you? So thank you very much, and that's just some of the publications.
Thank you, Isabel. Damos paso a Pietra Cepero Rua Pérez, de la Universidad de Sao Paulo, Departamento de Geografía. Nature under Capitalism, Neil Smith's Proposal of the Production of Nature.
So, I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be here. Yesterday and today we have discussed about the urban rights of Neil Smith, but this presentation we are going to bring the debate to the discussion of nature and the politics of nature. And it's very close to you, social justice, environmental justice, and how to think another society project. Since the institutionalization of geography in the 19th century, the nature and the relationship between society and nature, we have been one of the main objects of analysis. Until the 1960s, the positive and the historicist traditions were hegemonic in geography. However, from the decade on with the spread of the Marxist theory, it opened up a new horizon of understanding of the social processes. Subjects close to geography began to be revealed from a reading that would show the contradiction between society and capitalist accumulation. It sought to overcome a fragmented understanding of social phenomena, comprehending as a distribution and rearrangement of the objects in a geographical space. The work of Neil Smith was fundamental to build a new horizon of explanation of the social processes. In 1984, Smith launched the book Uneven Development, Nature, Capital, and the Production of Space, which sought to open up a path of understanding that since the 1970s, during the world financial crisis under capitalism, the changes were increasingly more dramatic. In addition, he showed that an uneven geographical space reconstruction process would prove a contradiction and a need of the process of capitalist reproduction. In particular, this present paper aims to expose Neil Smith's contribution by introducing nature and society-nature relationship, not only in geography but also in social sciences, based on a materialist dialectic approach and the conception of production of nature. Moreover, according to his comprehension of nature under capitalism as an accumulation strategy, especially in the last 3 decades, we are going to bring the example of the Chico Mendes Extractive Reserve in Brazil, can be taken as an example of the contemporary process of production of nature and its contradictions under capitalism. Neil Smith, when formulated the concept of production of nature, points out the theoretical path in the light of materialist dialectic to include nature in the totality of the social context. Therefore, nature is social. According to the author, this is Chico Mendes' Extractive Reserve. We are going to talk later. According to the author, the relationship and the separation society-nature has to be reformulated. Since the human existence and the production of life, the relationship with nature resulted in a two-way lane that does not separate nature from the society. Smith points out the production of nature at different times in the history presents specific contents. The production of life, production and appropriation of nature, according to Smith, is regulated and institutionalized by society. Under capitalism, nature becomes mediated and subsumed by the use value and exchange value. This means that apart from nature being included in the overall process of capitalist accumulation as a means of production, such as raw materials for production of goods, the nature per se becomes a commodity. Smith draws the attention to the fact that under capitalism, the production of nature on a global scale is uneven. and that human beings not only produce their immediate existence, but would also produce the totality. Inserted into a global process, nature and production of nature would also expose the contradictions of society and capitalism. It mentions that apart from time and space, nature, especially in the last 30 years, has become more and more an accumulation strategy. In a given context of crisis from the 1970s onwards, the production of nature appears not as overcoming internal contradictions of capitalism, but as a possibility to the capitalist accumulation. It is necessary, for example, to note that the 1973 oil crisis revealed that the limits between nature and exploitation of capitalism development. However, the system itself would develop strategies to subsume nature in the capitalist reproduction. In the same record, Katz reports that under neoliberal contexts, different strategies will be formulated. For example, companies will undergo internal restructuring so that they fit into a pattern of less degradation or compensation of environmental, as the production of a new range of green products. The state will play a central role at this moment, as it will formulate policies that will enable different strategies from mitigation mechanisms to incentives for reduction of environmental impact, as the creation of areas of environmental conservation. Nevertheless, all these strategies will coexist with the traditional forms of exploitation and production of nature. Therefore, the intensification of commodification and financialization of nature, especially in the neoliberal context, as means to subsume and to produce nature, is to be observed. Smith suggests that we are still in the infancy of this process. The creation of Chico Mendes' extractive reserve falls within the context reported on the production of nature under capitalism. Environmental conservation is one of the new forms of production of nature and capitalism accumulation. For Katz, the conservation and privatization of nature are two sides of the same process. The state, by its planning institutions responsible for conservation areas, as well as private companies, through land use, will promote new rules for the local population in order to facilitate the privatization of nature, so that it reinforces a series of restrictions on the everyday life practices and encourages the action of new financing and work players such as corporations, foundations, and NGOs. Therefore, most of capitalist unexploited or less exploited areas are located in non-central countries, with a concentration of poor and native population, which, due to its long-time practice and relations with nature, in other words, its production of nature, enable the conservation of the environment. In the contemporary context, the uneven relations between central and non-central capitalist countries is being reaffirmed. Due to this, in the case of his ex, Chico Mendes, the international demands are overlapping the local demand, appropriating and thus altering a political project of social justice and environmental conservation. So this is his ex Chico Mendes, is in the state of Acre, Brazil. It's a rain flowers in this border to Peru and Bolivia. In 1990, with 3 days before the end of the term of office, the first civilian president after the military dictatorship, José Sarney, a law that permitted the creation of extractive reserves was signed, and in the same year, the creation of Chico Mendes Extractive Reserve in Acre was ratified. After the military dictatorship, with a new constitution in place, social movements, after decades repression, saw the horizon the possibility to accomplish historic political change, including much needed land reform and environmental protection. Rubber tappers depended on the existence of the forest. Therefore, the contemporary scene of devastation caused by the advance of pastures for cattle raising much the coexistence impossible. Their only way to establish a political struggle for continued residence in the territory was to fight for land reform, but not along the line of agrarian reformed settlements or along the lines of colonization projects currently taking place in the Amazon region. Hezek's proposal contemplates the territoriality and the reproduction of rubble-tapper family allied with environmental conservation, which rubble-tapper family would be grounded of 300 and 500 hectares, which would ensure continued and varied practices, strategies, and material conditions for the reproduction of life. Also, there would be no ownership deeds issued to the tappers, as the land would remain to union property, but the only right of use. Hezek is managed on a self-managed basis. One of the main demands was greater extractive activity protection so that the state would ensure fair selling prices and a credit system. Was close to a socialist project, the initial project. The rubble-tapper struggles emerged in between the 1970s and the 80s during the military dictatorship. At the time, the development project for Amazon was based on the alliances of state and national and international monopoly capital. A credit system was then created to stimulate large properties, mineral extraction projects, energy production, and industrial complexes. In the case of the state of Acre, rubble tappers were expropriated from the lands they occupied for over a century, so their forests could be cleared to enable the sale of timber and production of livestock. The rubble extraction activity has been dragging on since the end of the World War II, in the decadent process and loss of state funding. Chico Mendes, here's Chico Mendes, the political leader, made known locally and internationally the harsh daily lives of the rubble tappers' families. In 1987, Mendes, on his union speech at the meeting of the IDB and the United States Senate, he denounced the process and the environmental impact generated by the implementation of the economic development model of Amazon Highway. The highway was the part of Amazon modernization process and was accompanied by land grabbing, the advance of landlordism, and deforestation. This project was financed by World Bank and IDB. For an international point of view, the question of the limits of natural resources and environmental were first brought to light in the debate of concerning global policy decisions in the second half of the 20th century onwards. The environmental issue arouses increasing attention for the politicians, scientists, NGOs, social movements in the 60s, with a continued project in the 80s and 90s. Among the main issues regarded in the major meeting was the paradigm of how to reconcile the needs of the economic development in the process of capitalism accumulation and environmental conservation. Up to the moment, the conservation of nature was conceived as a hindrance to economic development. The exploitation of nature, especially resource management and the implementation of the concept of sustainable development, integrate nature conservation in the flow of the capital accumulation. Another paradigm was the previous model of environmental conservation, based on the exposure of resident population and isolation of areas. The preservative model of Yellowstone was a pioneer in the history of environmental conservation, which resulted in removal of indigenous groups in order to guarantee the environmental biophysical process. Over the years, in the various locations, the preservative model proved to be extremely conflicting with local population, thus causing the expropriation and displacement of families. In Brazil, A series of changes are ongoing and a neoliberal government is installed. At the same time, the environmental issues arises a new accumulation strategy in the economy and in international politics. Protected areas in Brazil become an important investment to the international investors. The renegotiation of Brazilian foreign debt, according to Washington Consensus rules, enable the possibility of environmental conservation projects to be financed by institutions such as World Bank and IMF. Smith and Katz suggest that mechanism debt for nature swapped enable to reset the unequal relationship between the southern and the northern countries, thus facilitating commodification of nature and formation of new areas of investment in southern countries and a new path of imperialism reduced via nature. In 1985, the UN ratified the United Nations Environmental Programme and set up a target of about 10% of the Earth's surface to be transformed in protected areas. In addition, in 1992, the Group of Seven created the pilot program of tropical forests to finance environmental conservation projects through technical assistance to local population. In ECO Rio 1992, general guidelines of environmental conservation from the concepts of sustainable development were outlined so as to guarantee all economic return conditions to the lenders. One of the approved conditions for such projects would be the presence of NGOs as members of the construction process, implementation and management projects. In order to receive funding, the extractive reserve initial process underwent significant changes. The robot tappers' demands were therefore dampened in favor of a possibility of capitalist accumulation articulated by the state. The demands of the investors and state interests redesigned the project to create a new RESEX. The RESEX Chico Mendes has progressively inserted itself in environmental conservation policies and deforestation reduction. We note that the issue of extractive will be one of the alibis for the establishment of another project, which identifies nature as a commodity. The community forest management plan inside RESEX will serve to the counter of the logic of appropriation of nature and agro-extractive rubble tappers practices. In the market, there is an increasing of the green products. In addition, the emergence of certified products, especially timber. Since 2003, a great conflict within RESEX has been caused by the implementation of community forest management plan, by which state allows to the entry of the companies for removal of the timber, which go directly for sale to the international market. And rubble tappers is coerced to join this process due to the impossibility to guarantee the material conditions for the reproduction of his family. However, the removal of timber to build their houses is forbidden, as well as a series of agro-extractive practices that have been at the foundation of rubble tappers' life production for over a century. We emphasize the production of nature from rubble tappers is interogenesis under capitalism, and its reproduction was also integrated into a process of capitalist accumulation. However, we also understand the production of nature by rubble tappers allowed to the forest to exist. A number of their practices were essentially to promote biodiversity. Exactly 25 years after the murder of Chico Mendes, the Union Rural Workers in Chapuri discloses a letter making an assessment of the political struggle of the rubble tappers and the existence of two RESEX Chico Mendes projects. On the other hand, there is an initial RESEX project that defends a form of environmental conservation, land policy, and social justice. On the other hand, the state, NGOs, and international financial institutions that understand the RESEX as a form of investment. Therefore, to guarantee the financial return, it was necessary to choose the projects that commodified the nature. Conflicts and contradictions between the two products and two logics emerged in the terms of immediate life. In the reports carried out in the field work in 2014, a series of prohibition places on the daily life and the process of appropriation and use of nature were observed. The utilization plan and management plan have become a major guideline of what is allowed and prohibited in the RESEX. The state inspectors and NGOs forbid the rubble-tappers' ancestral practices. Repression and punishment are due without the consideration the arguments of the practice of that population. This is an ongoing story. On the 25th August 2015, so now, this year, a public hearing in Brasileia, Acre, Brazil, was summoned in order to consult the rubble-tappers from the extractive reserve on their relationship with the technocrats. The current scenario at Chico Mendes extractive reserve is that ancestral practice of everyday life are funded by the state. The rubble-tappers' families are tired of repression and uneven power of the different social actors. The new path of the social movement is to rethink how the forest can be saved and to explore the other means to protect the extractive reserve for future generations, proposed initially by Chico Mendes. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Pietra. Andrei Corneta, de la Universidad de Sao Paulo, Departamento de Geografía, Producción de la Naturaleza y Nuevas Estrategias de Acumulación, el pensamiento de Neil Smith como apoyo a una interpretación de la economía de bajo carbono.
Gracias. Bueno, en primer lugar, agradezco la oportunidad de ser parte de esta mesa. Para mí es un placer grande y un privilegio participar de un evento que está discutiendo las ideas de Neil Smith. Y bueno, me gustaría señalar rápidamente la importancia del pensamiento de Neil Smith en la Universidad de São Paulo, no solamente en los estudios urbanos, sea en la geografía urbana o en el urbanismo, pero también en los estudios ambientales y también en la geografía agraria, sobre todo por el aporte del concepto de producción de la naturaleza. Este tema que voy a presentar ahora aparentemente no está directamente relacionado con las cuestiones urbanas, pero es posible hacer una lectura dentro del propio marco teórico de Neil Smith que las cuestiones que están involucradas con el cambio climático hacen parte de lo que Smith entiende por la escala urbana. Es decir, se trata de un fenómeno que está relacionado con la expansión histórica del capital industrial y con sus procesos de diferenciación llevados a cabo por la centralización del capital. El objetivo general es discutir sobre la economía de bajo carbono como un fenómeno que se desarrolla dentro de un cuadro de nuevas estrategias de acumulación que obviamente es parte del contexto actual del cambio climático, al mismo tiempo que hace parte del contexto financierizado de la economía. Para hacer esta lectura yo estoy utilizando el concepto de la producción de la naturaleza, no solamente como una importante herramienta teórica para el análisis del proceso dentro del desarrollo geográfico desigual, sino también para reflexionar sobre la dicotomía sociedad-naturaleza. Como Smith plantea, la producción de la naturaleza es un paradójico, a punto de parecer un absurdo, si se juzga por la apariencia superficial de la naturaleza, incluso en la sociedad capitalista. Es decir, la naturaleza siempre es algo que no puede ser producido socialmente, no es parte de la historia. En el límite es la antítesis de la actividad productiva humana. Para Smith, esta idea de la naturaleza se vuelve obsoleta en la sociedad capitalista, justamente porque en el curso de la acumulación del capital, la naturaleza es cada vez más producida bajo el capitalismo. Es importante decir que las consecuencias económicas que surgen en el contexto del cambio climático global son numerosas y no se limitan a aquellas que interfieren directamente sobre la superficie de la Tierra, las cuales configuran una nueva geografía del uso del suelo, además de los más variados, complejos riesgos sociales. Por el contrario, se amplía a otros impactos, aparentemente indirectos, que son propios de los mecanismos de mercado direccionados a las estrategias de mitigación de gases de efecto invernadero, cuya operación está vinculada a las llamadas externalidades ambientales, insertos dentro de una lógica de financiarización de la economía. Antes de profundizar sobre estos aspectos, es importante hablar sobre la manera que se entiende el clima y sus cambios. Es posible decir que hay una perspectiva hegemónica de comprensión del clima. Hegemónica porque tiene una influencia mayor en las políticas para el cambio climático y también por tener una circulación mayor en la sociedad. Esta perspectiva, como todos saben bien, tiene como base la teoría o la hipótesis del cambio climático global del origen antrópica. El argumento es que desde la revolución industrial, la temperatura del planeta tiene aumentado por cuenta de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. En el último informe del Grupo Intergubernamental de Expertos sobre el Cambio Climático, el IPCC, publicado en 2013, los escenarios de calentamiento del planeta se reafirman. Según el documento, la perspectiva es que la temperatura del planeta podría aumentar en 4,8 grados en el siglo XXI si las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero siguen las tasas actuales en los próximos años. Es importante decir que la mayoría de los resultados de esta ciencia viene de las técnicas más sofisticadas del modelador climático, de la alta tecnificación de las ciencias naturales y de los recursos propios de la tecnología digital. La abstracción del proceso global del cambio climático se concreta en los informes del IPCC y anticipa un escenario de desastres que afectan aspectos clave de la geografía. En otras palabras, los documentos del IPCC hacen visible lo invisible y apuntan a una serie de consecuencias catastróficas que vislumbran un escenario preocupante para la economía mundial, considerando los inúmeros impactos que los cambios climáticos pueden causar en la superficie de la Tierra. Incentivos financieros, subsidios y créditos fiscales, acuerdos voluntarios e impuestos son algunos de los mecanismos establecidos por el IPCC como medidas que pueden superar las dificultades de la mitigación del cambio climático. Tales resoluciones se deben en gran parte a la utilización de dichos modelos para la circulación atmosférica que descifran las ecuaciones de la atmósfera como una importante herramienta para el análisis científico y como parámetro para las decisiones de políticas públicas. La peculiaridad de estas ecuaciones es la manera en que se produce el clima en distintos tiempos mediante cálculos que discretizan variables climáticas, la presión atmosférica, el viento, la humedad, la temperatura, etc., a intervalos de tiempos seleccionados para construir un modelo. Voy a abrir un paréntesis para explicar lo que es la discretización. Es un método matemático que convierte cualquier proceso continuo en partes discretas, capaces de analizar matemáticamente y en programas digitales, pero que genera constantes aproximaciones. Variables climáticas de las ecuaciones, humedad, temperatura, presión, viento, son discretizadas en tiempo y espacio. O sea, hay un procedimiento de fraccionamiento climático dentro de los sistemas digitales que pueden calcular el clima y sus variables en diferentes momentos y formas de analizar matemáticamente su evolución. Por lo tanto, se plantea la hipótesis que esta producción científica, basada específicamente en la tesis del calentamiento global antropogénico, forja un nuevo concepto de clima, otra naturaleza, que influye en la formulación de las políticas públicas para el cambio climático, así como legitima un nuevo mercado con una fuerte característica rentista para compensar las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Se propone, por lo tanto, un enfoque histórico-geográfico como una posible manera de entender los procesos sociales por los cuales se produce la naturaleza de diferentes maneras, en este caso a partir de la discusión de la producción histórica del clima, acusando formas y consecuencias desiguales en la geografía de un determinado momento histórico. En el contexto del cambio climático o lo que se denomina de crisis ambiental, las normas propuestas sobre cómo hacer frente a la escasez de los recursos que se anuncian se basan principalmente en mecanismos de compensación de las externalidades ambientales, particularmente bajo los efectos de innovaciones tecnológicas y estrategias compensatorias de mercado. Uno de los pilares del discurso del desarrollo sostenible es la escasez, sobre todo de fuentes de energía fósiles. Sin embargo, es importante señalar que la escasez de los combustibles fósiles o de algún otro recurso es una producción social, no una obra de la naturaleza, es socialmente organizada para permitir el funcionamiento del mercado, como argumenta Smith en diálogo con David Harvey. Paradójicamente, las reglas como manejar la escasez son pensadas como una medicina paliativa. Los mecanismos de mitigación tendrían esta función por medio de las innovaciones tecnológicas, así como la lógica del mercado. La pregunta es, las formas en que los acuerdos políticos y económicos de internalizar los costos y los impactos sobre el proceso de acumulación del capital pueden representar cierta particularidad en la geografía histórica del capitalismo contemporáneo. Lo que se entiende como externo por la economía de bajo carbono se rige por la lógica de la compensación. Es fundamentalmente generado internamente el sistema productivo. Los gestos no deseados, como las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, se externalizan al sistema a partir del momento que se pierde el valor en el mercado, es decir, cuando no hay perspectivas de ganancias para lo que es objeto de la producción. En esta dinámica, que las innovaciones tecnológicas y los llamados servicios ambientales son objetivamente complementados en su función específica, mitigar emisiones, mientras surgen nuevas perspectivas para la acumulación del capital, esto es, mientras crean los mecanismos de mercado que incorporan al sistema productivo un pasivo ambiental, como en el caso del mercado de carbono, se crea automáticamente un nuevo canal de inversión, por una parte encarnado en el sector productivo a través de innovaciones tecnológicas y reorganizaciones de uso y ocupación del suelo, y por el otro la financiera desmaterializada a través de los certificados de reducción de carbono y todo el aparato de los mercados ad hoc. Sobre eso, Marx señala que en momentos en que el capital descubre nuevos materiales útiles o nuevos métodos para la utilización de la producción de excrementos, en el curso circular de la reproducción del capital, la máquina, la ciencia en general, especialmente la química, amplifica esferas de inversiones para el capital y convierte estos no valores en elementos adicionales de acumulación. La racionalidad presente en las propuestas para la economía de bajo carbono, así como en la mayor parte de las políticas sobre el cambio climático, los gestos de la transformación de la materia y la energía, estos no valores llamados de externalidades ambientales, se convierten en potencial equivalente del capital, supuestamente capaz de aliviar los numerosos problemas del cambio climático. En este contexto, emergen muchas preguntas sobre las consecuencias políticas del cambio climático que pueden ofrecer diversas interpretaciones y alternativas a la perspectiva hegemónica de pensar sobre el cambio climático y sus cambios. Como un punto de vista político-científico establecido a nivel internacional frente al cambio climático, sugiere el tema al interior de los países para la formulación de políticas públicas. cómo el Estado ha institucionalizado normas para la ejecución de proyectos de compensación de gases de efecto invernadero, especialmente las llamadas actividades de mitigación. ¿Cuáles son las relaciones que se plantean hoy en día entre las políticas ambientales y mercados ad hoc desde el punto de vista de las actividades compensadoras? Con más detalle, ¿cuáles son las ramificaciones que vienen con la inclusión de las actividades de mitigación en la vida cotidiana de las comunidades rurales y en las periferias de las ciudades? En el caso de los bosques, por ejemplo, sus nuevos usos apuntarían al crecimiento del pago tributario de la sociedad a la propiedad, teniendo en cuenta que el cálculo actual incluye los propios procesos biofísicos. Y finalmente, en vista de la creciente economía de bajo carbono y su estrecha relación con los procesos actuales de mercantilización de la naturaleza, surge el interrogante: ¿salvar el clima y el planeta para quién? Gracias.
Damos paso a Ramón Pico, Universidad de Sevilla, Departamento de Historia, Teoría y Composición Arquitectónicas. Su ponencia se titula American Empire, confirmación de las sospechas, tributos y lecciones de Neil Smith desde una perspectiva nativa, la bahía de Cádiz y la base de Rota.
Buenas tardes a todos. La comunicación que voy a presentar forma parte de ese grupo que Ana definía al principio de situaciones difícilmente clasificables, a lo mejor dentro del global de las comunicaciones que se han ido viendo en este seminario. Habla de geopolítica y se centra en un aspecto muy local, que es el del territorio de la Bahía de Cádiz como ejemplo o revisión crítica del efecto de estas estrategias geopolíticas que Neil Smith anunciara. Yo formo parte del Departamento de Historia de la Arquitectura y para mí, desde luego, es un privilegio estar aquí y compartir, como ya han dicho mis compañeros, este espacio y sobre todo esta riqueza, esta diversidad que en un sitio como este puedo encontrar, ¿no? Y que sin duda revela muy claramente lo que podemos encontrar todos detrás del espíritu de Smith. Bien. La publicación de American Empire, Roosevelt Geographer and the Prelude to Globalization, reivindicaba a través de la figura de Isaiah Bowman el papel de la geografía en la configuración del territorio. En sus páginas, Smith subrayó el encargo que subyacía tras la estrategia de despliegue de bases militares alrededor del planeta. Se trataba, además de blindar los intereses económicos americanos y prevenir o contener futuras amenazas, de hacer frente a un encargo de orden más elevado y fundamental para el establecimiento de un nuevo orden mundial. Se trataba, en definitiva, de llevar a cabo la reforma moral de las nuevas colonias y el adecuado proceso de los pueblos indígenas. Una situación que, como bien subrayó Smith, anticipaba claramente el brote globalizador de los años 80, que es lo que en la comunicación se pretende un poco contrastar. En España, la estrategia trazada por Bowman en los años 40 cristalizó en 1953 con la firma de los conocidos convenios hispanoamericanos de ayuda económica, técnica y militar. Zaragoza, Torrejón, Morón en Sevilla y Rota en Cádiz constituirían los 4 nodos de la colonia peninsular. Como bien destacó Smith en su desarrollo, la mayor parte de estos, en su desarrollo a lo largo de todo el planeta, la mayor parte de estos nodos se caracterizaron por su impermeabilidad. Constituyeron auténticas burbujas que reconstruían en su interior la metrópolis original, la metrópolis americana, sin atender demasiado, más bien casi nada, al entorno. La hostilidad, en muchos casos, del entorno, y en otros, la actitud predominante de arrogancia y desprecio que predominó en personajes como el editor Henry Luce, del que Smith un poco denunciaba cómo fue capaz de transformar en ideología y de hacerla absolutamente extensiva a la sociedad americana del momento. Esta actitud, como digo, arrogante, en la que no hacía falta mirar al mundo ni aprender nada de ese mundo al que se iba. De esta manera, gran parte de estas nuevas colonias, gran parte de estas bases americanas se constituyeron en auténticos geogramas del siglo XX que miraban hacia adentro. Yo voy a centrarme, por contraste, en el estudio del entorno de la bahía de Cádiz, al sur de España, en donde se sitúa la cuarta de esas bases americanas, la base de Rota, que es sin duda un observatorio privilegiado para contrastar un poco la eficacia de ese despliegue, puesto que es un territorio cargado de historia, es un territorio aposentado, profundamente antropizado, estable y en absoluto hostil. Un territorio llamado siempre históricamente a la complicidad con quien llegaba. Y para ello voy a ir desgranando un poco y muy sintéticamente cómo en términos de transformaciones socioculturales, en términos de transferencias tecnológicas y arquitectónicas, en términos de influencia en el mundo urbano, en la ciudad, y en términos de los cambios producidos en el equilibrio territorial, podemos ver o analizar a día de hoy el impacto de esa base americana. Bien, en lo referido a las transformaciones sociales, está claro que el contraste de una América que en ese momento estaba exultante, pletórica, con el lugar en el que las bases americanas llegaban, que era una España absolutamente sometida en ese momento al yugo del nacionalcatolicismo, pues fue brutal. En aquel momento, y más en el sur de España, la tierra de la que estamos hablando, la tecnología era una auténtica aparición y, por supuesto, cualquier elemento exógeno pues, constituía una auténtica aventura. Como digo, el contraste con esa América desarrollada, dulce, optimista, que era la que se proyectaba hacia el mundo en ese momento y era el espíritu real de la sociedad americana, frente a esa Andalucía lánguida que aún mostraba la maquinaria, las magulladuras físicas y mentales de la guerra civil, fue evidente entre ambos lados de una alambrada demasiado estrecha, demasiado baja y demasiado transparente. Por tanto, la transmisión se produjo más allá de la alambrada, al exterior de la base americana de Rota. La sociedad de la Bahía de Cádiz, de alguna manera, fue aceptando y asumiendo esos ecos socioculturales, deportivos, en fin, que llegaban de la base de Rota. No deja de ser curioso que en uno de estos pueblos pues tuviera lugar la aparición de un cinema drive-in lo cual no fue muy habitual en nuestras tierras, o la proliferación de bandas musicales, orquestas de guateque a la moda orientadas a la música que llegaba directamente y que captaban directamente en la base americana por los contactos que había con el interior. En términos deportivos ocurría una situación un poco distinta, porque en este caso sí que la distancia era enorme. Los equipos, deportes extraños en aquel momento en nuestro país y más en esta región, como el fútbol americano, el béisbol o el básquet, encontraron también eco en versiones extrañas, versiones indígenas, como los osos de Chiclana y grupos de este tipo, que aparecieron de una forma atractiva, ¿no? Curiosa en el entorno. Pero en cualquier caso, en este término, las distancias eran tan grandes que los equipos de las bases americanas nunca fueron, no estuvieron muy dispuestos a enfrentarse a los osos de Chiclana. Claro, los 4 equipos de las bases americanas competían entre sí, tenían su liga interna, y solo en el caso del básquet sí que, bueno, se enfrentaron a los estudiantes, ¿no? Que sí era un equipo como de referencia en la época. Los reflejos hacia el exterior también se produjeron, evidentemente, en el mundo de la arquitectura. Las nuevas viviendas ofrecían un tipo de arquitectura insólita para un sector de la construcción acostumbrado a trabajar con materiales cerámicos, férreos, húmedos, lejos de la prefabricación, de las técnicas secas, este tipo de cuestiones. Esta situación de aparición de nuevas tecnologías llamó inmediatamente la atención de quienes tuvieron la oportunidad de colaborar en el interior de la base americana, formando parte de distintos equipos de ingenieros o de arquitectos, que fueron capaces de nuevo, repetir versiones indígenas que no dejaban de ser atractivas. Por ejemplo, es un sistema prefabricado, de casa prefabricada de hormigón. Es una vivienda que además está protegida patrimonialmente por Docomomo, que está producida por un ingeniero, el ingeniero Lufini, junto con un arquitecto que estuvieron trabajando en contacto con la base americana, y de la influencia o de las reverberaciones de esta obra de Fuller, bueno, pues queda patente este reflejo. En términos de ciudad, la situación resulta ya absolutamente abrumadora, es decir, la traslación de lo que la nueva ciudad americana, la suburbia americana, supuso en este territorio ha sido, yo creo que hay que calificarlo de dramático. Las bases americanas introdujeron algo que todavía no se conocía prácticamente y exclusivamente y me refiero siempre al sur de España, por las teorías urbanísticas y por algunas experiencias muy puntuales en Almería y en Sevilla de ciudades jardín. Esta extensión del suburbio jardín contó con un excelente ejemplo en proyectos brillantes como la ciudad jardín de Santa Clara, cuyo autor, Richard Neutra, bueno, pues es uno de los grandes, de los notables arquitectos y urbanistas del siglo XX, que plantearon un modelo en el que la ciudad contaba con la nueva urbanización contaba con unos estándares de dotaciones, de equipamientos y de jardín absolutamente adecuados. Y se acompañaban además de una arquitectura cuidada, con programas renovados, modernos, contemporáneos, esas técnicas secas a las que antes me refería, esa prefabricación, pero que, como digo, se reflejaron en el exterior, en este caso en versiones absolutamente mezquinas. Al día de hoy, por ejemplo, por hacer una valoración, en el término municipal del puerto de Santa María se ha pasado de una población de 40.000 habitantes en los años 60, de las cuales el 90% vivía en el centro histórico, a una situación en 2013 en el que el centro histórico está poblado solo por 700 habitantes, mientras que el resto de los casi 70.000 habitantes de esta población viven en una suburbia, por supuesto, no tan dotada y equipada como la que ese magnífico modelo de la burbuja americana vendía. Hay casos todavía más dramáticos como el de Chiclana, en el que, bueno, a esa cuestión se suma la ilegalidad de muchas de estas construcciones, que ha llegado a tal extremo que la asociación de esas viviendas ilegales construidas en suburbios de baja calidad ha llegado a convertirse en partido político que ha ocupado la concejalía de urbanismo del municipio, con lo cual la situación es una situación que no deja de ser al menos pintoresca. Bien, y en términos de territorio, ¿qué pasó? Pues que, como les decía anteriormente, la Bahía de Cádiz formaba parte de un territorio equilibrado por el tiempo, como tantos escenarios europeos, 3.000 años de historia que habían conseguido que el saco de la bahía estuviera perfectamente organizado, económicamente, organizado incluso en términos militares. Este es un plano militar del siglo XVIII y funcionaba como un mecanismo, como una conurbación prácticamente ya en aquellos momentos. La implantación de la base de Rota trastocó este orden y estableció uno nuevo, que con el tiempo evidentemente se ha asumido, pero supuso el desplazamiento evidente de Rota, este municipio de Rota. Este es Cádiz, el puerto de Santa María, San Fernando, Chiclana, todos forman parte de esa bahía unitaria del siglo XVIII. Con la implantación de la base americana, Rota quedó claramente desplazada del resto de municipios y se integró territorialmente en otra entidad que desde los años 50 ha ido ganando cuerpo, que es la costa noroeste, constituida por los municipios de la desembocadura del Guadalquivir. En definitiva, la burbuja americana en este caso sí que supuso un coto. Bien, y con esto cierro. Simplemente hacer una reflexión respecto a cómo efectivamente en lugares donde el territorio era propicio, donde no se producía esta hostilidad del medio, donde había una posibilidad de permeabilidad de estas burbujas, como bien apuntó Neil Brenner, el efecto funcionó y ese despliegue de los años 40 y 50 se convirtió en un anticipo de la globalización de los 80, que tiene, por supuesto, su continuación en el día de hoy. Hoy Rota sigue formando parte de los nuevos equilibrios reforzados hoy día con el escudo antimisiles que todos conocemos. Lo que habría que cuestionarse si en un entorno en el que ya la globalización cultural de los 80 ha transformado completamente el exterior, ya no es una transformación que viene del interior de la base hacia el exterior, es una transformación que llega desde el exterior por todas partes, hasta qué punto la integración definitiva de esa base americana sería necesaria en términos no ya geopolíticos, sino en términos de intentar recuperar la armonía territorial de este sistema. Nada más. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Ramón. La última comunicación de esta sesión será a cargo de Elsa Coslado de la Université François Rabelais, de Equipe Monde Arabe Méditerranée, y Justin McGuinness de la American University of Paris, Department of Global Communication. Su comunicación se titula Urban Development in Morocco, 1995-2050, in the light of Neil Smith's thinking of uneven urban development, Fez and Marrakech, a comparison.
Is it okay? Okay.
Okay, I'll kick off. Yeah, we're very happy to be here. Thank you to the organisers, thank you to the student volunteers, thank you, of course, to the translators. We're dealing with two fairly focused case studies, and we won't really have time to go into the details of the socio-political complexities of Moroccan governance today.
Hello. The present paper seeks to examine recent urban change in Morocco in the light of two considerations advanced by Neil Smith. Firstly, the revanchist city, and secondly, the resistance by city dwellers to developments implemented under the current neoliberal planning regime. We present case studies from two of Morocco's largest inland cities, Marrakech and Fez, both characterized by significant historic core areas, expanding tourist industries, large populations recently arrived from the countryside, and rapid physical growth on the urban periphery. Our example explores that way in which different urban actors have implemented major projects on once low-value lands. Here we approach spaces in the global south, situated close to Europe in physical terms, and on the level of planning culture. Certain nuances do emerge, however, regarding the nature of revanchism and urban protest in the Moroccan case. In our written paper, we present extensively the ideas of revanchism city and about contestations in an uneven development context, but here in our presentation we prefer go directly to our case studies. We have some questions here. Do these two analytic approaches put forward by Neil Smith, namely revanchism and resistance to neoliberal urbanism, make sense when applied to the Moroccan case? Or put differently, what meanings do they assume in the Moroccan context? While studying the country's cities, is it possible to talk of the revenge of the dominant classes of the old elites in a country which, at least in statistical terms, is poor, where the public authorities are obliged at the risk of losing international support to fight poverty? For decades, poverty reduction has been a stated priority for Moroccan public policy. In our two case studies from Marrakech and Fez, similarity and differences, as might be expected, are to be seen. On this slide, you have the general features of our two cities. Note, in particular, the difference in the location of very low-income households. Note also, in both cases, tourism is seen by the authorities as a panacea for creating jobs and fight against poverty. Of course. Methodology.
Yeah, just a quick note on how we come to be working on these Moroccan issues. I formerly worked on Tunis on multi-occupancy housing, but since the early 2000s, I've been working on various issues related to Fez and spending considerable amounts of time there, while Elsa has been doing doctoral work since the early 2000s on essentially peripheral communities in Marrakech, which is a rapidly expanding city.
So now we will see the case of Marrakech. On the edge of Marrakech, old villages and new gated communities on the edge of Marrakesh. The cases of Douar Boun and Douar Tounsi. The signification of Douar is village. In the case of Marrakesh, the recent history of two villages on the edge of Marrakesh, namely Douar Boun and Douar Tounsi, may be considered as interesting cases of urban policy in action in a neoliberal framework. This slide introduces the Marrakesh case study. We are looking here at how a state housing body, namely Iraq Tensift, the state body, undertook an unprecedented development project on the city edge, i.e. retrofitting 2 poor villages and constructing 5 new gated estates. Here we have the history of the project. The project was labeled as being a component of the national lutte contre la pauvreté, fight against poverty. In public declarations, no mention was made of the construction of gated housing areas. Given this label, the Iraq Tensift was able to exercise one of its key prerogatives, namely the acquisition of publicly owned lands at below market rates on the basis that it was acting in the public interest. It was thereby able to negotiate with the ministry responsible for Abus, lands held under mortement, i.e. in a perpetuity for the public or family interest. Note that the Ministry of Islamic Affairs and Habus, like the Church of England, is a major landowner which is generally reputed to be unwilling to sell property. Perhaps, surprisingly, the Iraq Tensift was able to acquire 22 hectares in the palm groves at a very, very reasonable price. Picturesque and pleasant lands in the palmeraie and olive groves, which once surrounded the city, is much in demand from wealthy property buyers. The palm tree and the oasis are, of course, significant elements in the image of Marrakesh. In the popular imagination, while the palmeraie was a place of agricultural production, it also connotes leisure. In springs and autumn, it was the site of the nuzha, literally a promenade outside the city, often with a picnic. Despite this symbolic importance, the palm groves have suffered greatly with the decline of the aquifers and the traditional irrigation. And the places suffer of bad images because of the presence of unsafe building in Douar Boun and Douar Tounsi, and the presence of poor population. I'd like now to give you some precision about the village. Those villages were not linked into drinking water, electricity, and sewage networks. Materially speaking, conditions were difficult. Moreover, despite the proximity of Marrakesh, the growing settlements people were mostly living under the poverty threshold. So, in other words, the public estates could see the rent gap which could be made from this suburb. In the early 2000s, the twin villages were declared unsafe, unhealthy housing. And the politic was to eradicate, this is the word, the techno-political term employed on the occasion of the signature of the cession of the land by the Habus administration to the Iraq Tensift in 2002. In fact, at the end of the 90s, as part of the general policy of eradicating unsafe housing, a a rather different future had been imagined for the people of the Douar. Following the demolition of their homes, they were to have been rehoused by the Iraq in the neighborhoods built of low-income families on the city edge. The Iraq's aim had been to free up a maximum of constructible land for new gated communities. However, talk alone was enough to set off a chain of protests. Banners rejecting the scheme were put up by inhabitants along the urban boulevard. Nevertheless, protests were not last long or to be of great intensity. The local municipal authorities decided to avoid a potentially escalating conflict that the zone of the two villages is close to the royal palace. Okay, on this slide, yeah, I show you the main features of the scheme. Okay, and in fact, what I have to say here that the Iraq new upscale housing worked as bait for major private developers, an atmosphere favorable to such actors being developed since the late 90s. Finally, Fadessa was hooked, buying 125 hectares of former agricultural lands near the village in 2005. A large new integrated leisure complex, Atlas Golf Resort, resulted in 2007. This is a textbook example of neoliberal urbanism. A major exception of urbanism rule has been made by a state actor, thereby preparing the way for private sector success, and here by an international player. This is the presentation of the project. I mean, an ad, of course. The project of Atlas Golf Resorts. Maybe I can. You keep going on.
Can I keep going?
Yeah.
Do I have any time?
About
2 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right. I'll speak very fast then. You do the slides. I'm talking about Morocco's spiritual capital. It's one of its sort of tourist highlights, and I'm talking about two projects that are rather similar to Elsa's. There's one which is a sort of vitrine, a sort of showcase for what might be done in the central Medina, and a second one which was much more ambitious, a bit like the big Fadessa project you just saw, which was implemented with a large grant from the American Millennium Challenge Fund starting in 2010, I think that was awarded. So there you see Fez, which is a city of the extremes in many ways, demographic extremes, perhaps political extremes, housing extremes. It is on the edge of an earthquake zone. There's a sort of ecological extreme there too, and a patrimonial, a heritage extreme. Enormous stock of unsafe, decayed housing for low-income groups, to be honest. More to be said on that one. So the two projects, I'm going to, if you move through, there you've got the, you've got at the bottom there the names of the two areas concerned with this two-phase operation, plus Recife and the Lilla Yuduna integrated project. The thing is, we're dealing with a central part of the city which was almost inaccessible to vehicle transport until the 1970s, when the river running through the city was paved over largely to allow for vehicle access. So this was a city where, until really the 70s, most transport was on quadrupeds or on foot. There you can see Place Recife when it was full of vehicles. The bridge, which is the start of the integrated Lilla Yuduna project, is just visible, barely visible behind a wall over on the left above the green roof. If you switch on next, there's Place Recife today, fully pedestrianised. Much to be said about its uses. And there on the next slide, you see the river re-emerging. The plan had been put in a water wheel there. Moving swiftly on, I'll talk briefly now about the components of the Lilla Yuduna project, if I have time. Demolition, restoration of a major tannery complex, dyers' souks, and the creation of a waterfront promenade. And then on the next slide, you'll see what we're not really being told as inhabitants of Fez what this might be, but urban rumour has it that this is going to be a hotel, a luxury hotel, with perhaps the reconstruction of the Jewish shrine to Saint Lilla Yeduna. So let's get to Neil Smith. A hint of revanchisme here, or the inevitability of protest against dispossession. I think our case studies show that we have to nuance things in the sort of paternalist, authoritarian regime present in Morocco. Sort of on the, this line about revanchisme, I wouldn't say that's present among local technocrats who are fairly, have distance from it, but among Euro-Americans with business interests, they talk of it being a sort of the return to things as they were before, when Fez was kind of the home of a sophisticated urban elite. And then the authorities have acquired considerable experience since the riots of the 80s and 90s in handling possible uprisings, possible urban uprising, definitely the case in Marrakesh, and they made sure everyone was fully compensated for loss of income during what you just saw were kind of major works. Have we got a last slide? Do I have time? We're talking about territorial implants, aren't we? And some broad conclusions there. In both cases, we've got a regime of exception to the planning frameworks. We've got foreign direct investment coming in. And I think one last point there is that there's this tension between drawing on local cultural traditions, local architectural forms, creating ostensibly a certain singularization, but in fact creating standardized territories for the use of the commodified travel industry. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por estas interesantes comunicaciones. Creo que sí que hay puntos en común. No quiero yo cerrar este acto extendiéndome. Quiero dar palabra al público para el debate. Sí se me ocurren algunos puntos, por ejemplo, en un concepto que ha mencionado Andrei, y es el concepto de hegemonía, y que quizá pueda dar paso también a reflexionar cómo todo se puede ensamblar en un mismo debate. Creo que hay una hegemonía en la comprensión, por lo que habéis dicho, ¿no?, de la relación entre sociedad y nuestro entorno, ¿no?, y la naturaleza, y también que esto conlleva a un desarrollo desigual. Creo que a partir de aquí se puede abrir un debate bien rico, aunque me temo que corto porque nos hemos extendido en el time schedule. Se abre la...
Thanks to all of you for your presentations. I have a question for Isabel, and I'm sorry it's not following your ideas of how it could be the debate, but I have a question for Isabel. The notion of food gentrification was very interesting because it sort of illuminates the connection of capital circulation and accumulation strategies to the realm of social reproduction, which is, I think, perhaps key to understand how recent waves of gentrification are increasingly reliant upon the restructuring of social reproduction regimes in order to produce rent gaps that trigger subsequent evictions and so on. But at the same time, and this is the question, I'm not sure, or I was not completely convinced about how an agent like Whole Foods, a supermarket, can actually trigger these processes of gentrification. Because, I mean, the difference between Whole Foods and a real estate agent is that they can't wait too long in order to get the revenue or the profit they are expecting by intervening in these areas. So is gentrification already there when Whole Foods decides to go to the neighborhood? In other words, if you want to shape the question: what kind of agents can allow themselves to intervene in which kind of contexts, depending on their capacity to resist medium or long-term periods in order to get the profit?
This is a really important question. Whole Foods, in general, its corporate strategy, and that came out in a few interviews I had with some of the headquarter managers of Whole Foods in the US, is that they go to neighborhoods that they know are ripe, what they call are ripe for gentrification. And they know that there is already a process of change. What they do, they say, is they accelerate it, and they just very quickly brand a neighborhood for others to also intervene and to kind of take advantage of Whole Foods as having already rebranding the neighborhood, and other real estate developers, real estate agencies are kind of banking on Whole Foods being there to accelerate the process of gentrification and revalue the neighborhood. What's interesting in the process of Whole Foods is that residents were not only concerned about the fact that their rents were going to go up and that their rental places were going to be converted into condos, but they were really also, there was this perceived gentrification, and the fact that it's not only about prices, but it's also about all the types of networks, all the types of non-marketable resources that they also were going to lose in the process of gentrification, the social relationships they had built around food that was going to disappear, and that for them were convincing them that they had to already go, because even if their neighborhood hadn't fully become unaffordable, they just didn't like that new image that Whole Foods was bringing with it. And so that was kind of this process of perceived gentrification combined with existing process of gentrification that was deterring residents from staying. I don't want to extend myself too much on that.
Shall I? Okay. It's still about your subject. Sorry. Are there some nuance in the effects of this new implementation in the area? I mean, are there some redistribution of the unsold items to the local multi-ethnic community, for example? Is the former shop open in another area, in another place where it can improve the food access somewhere else and for the people? Okay.
So in the Boston case, at the same time as Hilo closed, a few miles closer to downtown Boston, another Latino supermarket became upgraded and expanded in size. So residents who used to shop at Hilo are now going to that other store. However, because of the less dense situation of American cities, even in a city like Boston that has decent public transportation, residents who do not own a car cannot go to that other store. So there is still, within the Latinos, kind of a social stratification with the more middle-income Latinos that have a car that can go to tropical foods, whereas the ones that really rely on the food access to high-low are not able to go. Second, there are a lot of bodegas, small Latino stores that still remain in that Latino neighborhood, but they are small in size, they don't have a large footprint, and they don't have a capacity to access wholesale prices that Hilo had. So in that sense, again, middle class or more middle class Latinos can have access to these bodegas, but the ones who really needed the bulk prices of Hilo have lost out.
Se daría paso a otra pregunta más. Entiendo que es tiempo ya para ir a comer. Sí.
Una pregunta para reflexión y pregunta para los compañeros de Brasil. ¿Cuál es el concepto de producción de la naturaleza en Neil Smith? ¿Está asociado también a
idea de primera y segunda naturaleza, obviamente, y a la cuestión de un concepto obviamente marxista, que es el valor de uso y el valor de cambio. ¿Cómo lo entienden, digamos, ustedes esta relación? No sé si pudieran ahondar un poco más con esta reflexión, digamos, teórica que el mismo Smith hace en el libro. Y bueno, evidentemente el ejercicio que hace Smith es sumamente teórico, ¿no? Hay cuestiones históricas incluso que a lo mejor quedan completamente rebasadas, pero me parece a mí que es importante, digamos, la parte, digamos, de la concreción. No sé si estos dos conceptos, valor de uso, valor de cambio, como producción evidentemente de mercancías, pues pueda estar como más articulada, o no sé ustedes cómo lo pudieran aterrizar a esta idea que están manejando en los distintos casos. Gracias.
Bueno, esta idea del primera y segunda naturaleza, yo creo que ayer la profesora Luz Marina nos presentó muy bien cómo esto está involucrado en el concepto de la producción de la naturaleza, y es interesante porque es justamente interesante la fecha de publicación del libro Live and Development, que es 84. Y mucho antes de la expansión de la agricultura genéticamente modificada o de un animal clonado en un laboratorio. Entonces, no es que la humanidad interfiere solamente en la naturaleza, pero se produce materialmente, ¿sí? Entonces, ahí yo creo que es un punto interesante justamente para la discusión de la dicotomía del naturaleza y sociedad, ¿sí? Entonces ahí empezamos a pensar que no hay una naturaleza sino cultura, ¿no? O sino historia. Y la idea del valor de uso y valor de cambio es interesante porque justamente sobre este tema que yo vengo investigando es interesante porque, claro, no se puede tener valor de cambio sin valor de uso, ¿sí? Y cuando estas obras de la producción se externalizan, se pierde valor de uso, justamente porque no tiene un potencial de ganancias dentro del sistema productivo. Y ahí está así justamente un proceso que se repite en el capitalismo, de estrategias de incorporar, de traer para dentro del sistema estas externalidades, estos no valores. Y en el contexto del cambio climático se pasa eso. Entonces hay justamente por una idea fija de que el carbono es el principal problema de los impactos ambientales. Si tú pegas las políticas ambientales en Brasil, hay una centralidad del carbono, pero los impactos ambientales son más amplios do que esto, ¿no? Y la lógica del mercado está totalmente involucrada en esto porque se crean nuevas estrategias de acumulación con los mecanismos de compensación. Entonces, esto está, claro, los bosques tienen esta función, las innovaciones tecnológicas de sustitución de la matriz energética. Entonces, hay una variedad de nuevas mercancías que se crean en este contexto del carbono. Entonces, yo creo que, no sé si respondí bien su pregunta, pero yo creo que esta creación de nuevos valores de uso que está totalmente relacionadas con las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, ¿sí?
So, my research actually it's a working process, and what I'm trying to focus actually it is in the political project of Regeneració Homenatge, and I think I'm actually processing this idea. For me it's very new, that we can bring to the debate Neil Smith and Henri Lefebvre when we think about the use value and exchange value because of the appropriation concept. What is in the conflict of Regeneració Mendes is how to appropriate in the relationship with the nature. The political project of the rubble tappers actually criticize the way that the capitalism exploitation. And when Henri Lefebvre talk about the appropriation concept, he actually brings to the debate the use value, exchange value, because it's how in capitalism we actually, it's the relationship with the nature that is changed, the production of nature. So I'm trying to actually bring to the debate how is they appropriate in how, what is the fundamental critique of the debate that rubble tappers in the 80s and the 70s try to actually bring internationally to the debate and to actually think another society. So I'm more in trying to see the history of the rubble tappers. So for me, the exchange value and the use value, we can actually think about the appropriation concept. I'm trying to bring to the debate that the production actually it's the nature it's a way to try to rethink the dichotomy of society and nature. One thing that I'm trying to actually understand and read a lot is because Neil Smith in the chapter 1 talks about the ideology of nature. And for Neil Smith, the ideology has a central role. And when we are talking about the conflict of two projects, we have to analyze the ideology that is behind of the two main projects. So I'm trying to think about this. So I'm trying to bring to the debate on Henri Lefebvre and Neil Smith. There is a chapter on that book, Remaking the Reality, actually that Neil Smith talks about what is the importance of the production concept in Karl Marx in the Grundes, what Henri Lefebvre actually opened the concept, and a way to think another society when Henri Lefebvre talks about nature as a creation on the book of Production de l'espace, production of the space. And I think I'm trying to actually understand the political project of the rubble tappers as nature as a creation, not nature as a commodity. So this is actually an working on process. I think that's all.
Bien, creo que si no hay más preguntas también deberíamos dar por cerrada esta sesión, dado que a las 3:30, a las 15:30, volveremos con otra nueva sesión por la tarde. Muchas gracias a todos. Gracias.